I think that's changing me, and I'm worried that somewhere along the line you might not love me anymore.
Oh, that's not true.
Whatever's playing on your mind at the moment, Lloyds Bank, in partnership with Mental Health UK, can offer you support and advice. Visit lloydsbank.com/mentalhealth.
Let's be honest, we all spend too much of our day on social media. But at least you can spend your endless scroll time to discover new things on TuneIn. Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to always be in the know about the best new stuff streaming in the app. From breaking news stories and live sporting events.
He does! Fabry wins it!
To standout stations and podcasts. Stay in touch with TuneIn.
Looking for your daily fix of NFL news and analysis?
In that. So we had to blow it up in the Super Bowl predictions.
Look no further than the Pick Six podcast, where CBS sports writer Will Brinson gets you up to speed with what's trending in the NFL that day, so that you're always in the know.
Yeah, it's pretty revealing of Brince's methodology for predictions. When he gets mad at people for predicting good teams are going to win the Super Bowl or good players are going to win major awards. That's how you wind up.
Search Pick Six on TuneIn to listen.
Ready to talk brass tacks on what's happening in Major League Baseball? Turn to the Effectively Wild podcast from Fangraphs for daily statistics, analysis, and commentary.
One team will say, yeah, we're going to keep paying minor leaguers their stipend, and another team will say, we're going to extend the stipend through this month, and then another team will say, nope, we're cutting them off. So are extending it at least through August, which would basically be the end of the minor league regular season.
Search Effectively Wild on TuneIn to listen.
With the NHL season temporarily on ice, now is a good time to catch up on past games.
Bergeron, he scores!
With game replay on TuneIn, you can listen to every power play, slap shot, and goal of the 2019-2020 season so far.
Suter to Cunnin to Fiala, he scores!
And for a limited time, it's free for hockey fans everywhere. Search classic game replays to start listening.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Are you ready for the realest first-hand take of what's happening in the NBA? On their podcast, All the Smoke, former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson bring their fiery intensity to the mic, dishing on the latest news and drama from on and off the court without boundaries.
Half man, half amazing. My friend, our brother, Vince Carter, man, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, my brother?
Man, I'm good.
Search All the Smoke on TuneIn to listen.
Rise to some of the disproportionate deaths and incidents. What can be done about that? How can you put these two things together in a way to have more fundamental change so we don't keep doing this?
Well, how they connect is they are all grounded in this, what has been, frankly, a historic assault on the rights and the lives of people of color and black communities in particular. You know, ever since the chains of slavery, people have felt held down and held back, or held out of systems that were open to others for progress and for opportunity. And so whether that's COVID-19, which has shown a new light on the same racial disparities that we've seen when it comes to health outcomes, and, you know, Michigan, we've stepped up to have some pretty direct and specific responses to that. But when it comes to police violence, you know, black folks are 3 times more likely to die at the hands of a police officer than their white counterparts and things like that. So these are connected because the disparities exist across our life and across our culture. And so our responsibility as leaders is to find specific ways to step up and to respond. And we're trying to do that here in Michigan. We're trying to model what that looks like. You know, one of the things I will say is the demonstrations that have been happening in our state, you know, we continue to have concerns about making sure that people are doing so as safely as possible because COVID-19 didn't go away. So, you know, we need people to wear their masks. We need people to try to stay, you know, have some kind of social distancing. I think that's been very difficult. So we're watching very closely the impact of what that could have on the cases of COVID-19 in our state. We're trying to be very mindful of that. But in the meantime, no action that we took as a state government ever limited people's ability to exercise their constitutional rights. We didn't limit people's ability to assemble or their freedom of speech or the freedom of the press or or any of these things. And so certainly all of this is legal and warranted. And from my perspective, it's justified. I'm a black man. Like, I've had experiences with law enforcement that I wish I had not have had. And so this is a moment that so many people in our country and around the world are stepping up to speak out, and we need to act in this moment with policy change that can lead to real progress.
Michigan got hit very hard by COVID-19, and you had to shut it down to a very large degree. There was some controversy about that, and now you're starting to open it back up again. Are the things you're seeing right now with demonstrations, protests, things like that, is that at all deterring your process of opening the state back up? Are you opening up again?
Well, the reason that we've started this re-engaging in certain activities and certain economic activities and business sectors, et cetera, is because the public health indicators showed us that we had the public health system capacity to do so, and the testing capacity to do so, and the fact that our testing and our positive rates and treatment and survival rates, that those were all going in the right direction. The demonstrations, as I alluded to earlier, do give us a reason to look very closely at those indicators, to look at if we're seeing spikes in certain parts of the state, within certain communities, that would cause us to need to, be a little bit more cautious. But right now, we haven't seen that, but it's going to take a little bit of time because, as you may know, this virus has at least a 2-week incubation period, so it takes a little bit of time to see the impact of these demonstrations. Nevertheless, the choice to re-engage in activity was based on science. It was based on evidence. It was based on our increased testing capacity. It was based on our ability to treat more people, increasing infrastructure for isolation, protecting vulnerable communities by connecting them to long-term care. Those steps that we've taken have put us in a position to be able to re-engage certain activities, and as long as the indicators remain trending in the right direction, we're going to continue to move that forward.
And in order to have that science apply, you need to have the testing capability. Are you confident at this point that you have sufficient testing capability so if, and we hope it doesn't happen, if there is some resurgence because of some of these demonstrations, you can hop on it right away, you can isolate it, you can contain it?
We still would benefit from more testing capacity in Michigan. We've tried to do our best to operate in the vacuum that's existed by the lack of a national strategy for creating national testing capacity. But we've done everything we can, and whether it's the professionals in state government, folks in the private sector, the labs, the medical professionals to step up to provide us that testing capacity, we're still trying to get more and more and more and more here in Michigan, because more testing means more open doors to treatment, means more ability to spot hot spots when they pop up, whether it's in migrant worker communities, in our places in our tribal nations, or in communities that have seen uptick in protests. So we're working to make sure that there are no barriers to testing, that anyone can get tested, whether it's like regardless of having symptoms, regardless of your job, all these things. So we think that we are on the right path. We always need more and would always benefit from more. So we're continuing to fight for that every day on our operational teams to make sure we can get more testing. But I've done some experiments through our Racial Disparities Task Force on bringing tests to vulnerable communities, drive-through testing, drive-to testing, pop-up testing in different communities and hard-hit zip codes. These are kind of models that we're innovating in Michigan, and we think there's frankly a lot to learn about how we can do even more.
Okay, thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor, for being with us. That is the Lieutenant Governor of Michigan. He is Garland Gilchrist. Coming up here, we're going to talk about those talks that are going to happen between the United States and Russia with respect to nuclear weapons with our colleague Nick Wadhams from Washington. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Gathering world-renowned experts takes effort.
We have the perfect person.
Asking them the right questions takes Carol Masser and Jason Kelly.
Is this possibly early indications of a second wave?
Bloomberg Business Week.
Silicon Valley will be forever changed by this pandemic. What's your take?
Are they paying off their balances?
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern.
That is a significant shift.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, makes innovation happen. NJIT faculty mentored Christoph Camacho when he was a student, helping him co-found a startup and patent a device that uses drone technology for reforestation and to collect valuable data for land management.
I founded Paratrees back in 2016, taking what I learned from my research at NJIT and migrating it to a startup. Our technology is to really enhance land management operations. So we work very closely with land management companies. So we have a drone that performs precision reforestation, and we do storm damage assessment, having access to drones that can collect data so it's much faster. And what is more important, we help them drive management decisions. NJIT has been there every step of the way, going full force with my company.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Well, earlier during Balance of Power, we learned that the United States will be sitting down with Russia later this month in Vienna to resume some strategic arms reduction talks involving nuclear weapons. We now turn to Nick Wadhams, who covers the State Department for Bloomberg. So, Nick, tell me about this. I knew that we were modernizing our nuclear weapons. That's something that had been a priority of President Trump. I didn't know that arms talks were also a priority of his.
So the issue here is that the New START treaty, which limits U.S. and Russian strategic nuclear weapons, expires next year, and folks have been watching this for a long time because the U.S. has said, you know, we're not going to continue with this unless China joins for a broader set of trilateral talks. So the fear has always been that the U.S. was going to let the New START treaty expire, which it does in February of 2021. If it didn't get what it wanted with China. But now what we've learned is that the U.S. and Russia are going to go ahead and have talks, possibly to discuss extending New START, though they don't yet have a commitment from China to join broader talks yet.
How does this fit with modernizing the nuclear force for the United States?
Well, this is pretty separate from that. What you're seeing here is the administration trying to find new angles for how to proceed, whether to just totally give up on the New START treaty while it pursues this broader goal of bringing China in. The administration believes that China has a secret and what it calls unconstrained program of nuclear buildup. It has far fewer nuclear weapons than the U.S. and Russia have. But nonetheless, the administration believes it is rapidly adding to its nuclear stockpiles, and they want to pull China in to a more robust nuclear arms treaty that would include additionally more robust verification measures.
Nick, we also had reports earlier that, in fact, the United States might resume nuclear testing. How does that fit together, or is this part of the negotiation, frankly?
I think that what you're seeing more broadly is an administration, the Trump administration, believes that it needs a much more robust stockpile of nuclear weapons. It believes that past administrations had essentially left the nuclear deterrent to wither a little bit. They weren't sufficiently funding it. And President Trump largely believes that a restriction on testing is just unnecessary handcuffing of this administration's prerogative to make its nuclear weapons deterrent more robust. So whether that's a negotiating tactic or not, it is certainly a priority of the administration's. But for now, the significant thing is that we are seeing some indication that the administration may be willing to bend and allow this arms control treaty, New START, to be extended with Russia, even without Chinese participation.
Yeah, potentially very important. Thank you so much to Nick Wadhams, our colleague who covers the State Department for us. So that does it for the first hour of Balance of Power. Coming up in the second hour, we're going to talk with the Labor Secretary, Eugene Scalia, who brought us those surprising numbers back on Friday. We're going to talk to him about why we were so surprised. That's coming up on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Fauci, it turns out, is not a mutter. This is Fauci the horse, to be clear, who just competed at Belmont Park, the first day of horse racing in the state of New York since officials shut down the sport in March. His owners gave him the name this spring in honor of Fauci the Man for all his efforts fighting coronavirus. Unfortunately, his debut was marred with rain, and Fauci couldn't live up to his fame. The world's biggest jewelry firm is going green. By 2025, Pandora will stop relying on newly minted gold and silver and instead use only recycled precious metals without any apparent impact on cost or quality. In other jewelry news, COVID-19 and Black Lives Matter protests might be putting the LVMH acquisition of Tiffany in jeopardy. The $16 billion deal was to be the luxury industry's biggest marriage, a tie-up meant to fight Richemont's Cartier. But now, it may be the latest victim of virus-related economic upheaval in the U.S. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Working from home, take a little more time for breakfast. Tom Keene.
How will this pandemic change your NASDAQ?
Jonathan Farrow.
When you look at that sector, some of these companies won't exist, will they?
And Lisa Abramowitz.
They've only continued to increase the delinquencies and defaults.
Crunch data topped with fresh world news. Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now, watch us on Bloomberg Television.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 15-week high for the U.S. stock market. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all building on Friday's gains. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index advancing by 0.4%, up another 13 points, now at 3207. Dow Industrials up 239 points, up 0.9%. NASDAQ up 35. That is a gain of 0.4%. 10-year up 9/30 seconds with a yield now of 0.86%. In the year-to-date column, S&P 500 index is down 0.7% for all of 2020. By comparison, the Dow is down 4.2%, while NASDAQ is up this year by 9.8%. Gold higher 0.7%, $16.97 the ounce, and a pullback today for West Texas Intermediate crude down 3%, $38.35 a barrel. And with more on today's commodities trading, here's Bloomberg's Renita Young.
Saudi Arabia said it wouldn't continue its additional deeper crude oil output curbs after June. While the Saudi energy minister says voluntary cuts have served their purpose, the wider OPEC Plus group agreed over the weekend to extend its record output curbs. And some gold investors are taking advantage of its recent drop below $1,700 an ounce to buy. Renita Young, Bloomberg Radio.
RBC Capital Markets analyst Mark Mahaney has raised his target on Amazon.com to $3,300. That is up from $2,700. Amazon shares, they're trading higher now, up by 1.2%. Amazon is at $25.13. 102 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. And here is Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. ADRs are rising along with U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is up 0.6%, and the S&P 500 is higher by 0.4%. European airline ADRs are higher on optimism that their business will rebound as the coronavirus pandemic eases. British Airways owner IAG has advanced 3.7% in U.S. trading. Germany's Lufthansa is up 10.5%, and Air France KLM is up 9.4%. Aerospace ADRs are climbing as well. French plane maker Airbus has risen 3.2%. Brazilian regional jet maker Embraer is up 15.5%. And UK jet engine producer Rolls-Royce is up 13.5%. The UK's AstraZeneca has fallen 2.6%. People familiar with the matter said the drug maker approached U.S.-based Gilead Sciences last month about a potential merger. Now, both companies declined to comment. Gilead's shares are up just 0.3% at the moment. And Singapore Airlines has tumbled more than 26.5% after raising the equivalent of more than $7 billion. Most of the money came from the carrier's shareholders in a rights issue. Banks provided the rest through credit facilities, Charlie.
All right, we thank you very much. Dave Wilson keeping track of those American depository receipts. Dave mentioned some of the aerospace names. Got to mention Boeing, a member of the Dow, surging 11.6% today. Again, recapping equities higher across the board, building on Friday's gains with the S&P up 13, a gain there of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
Everybody in the world has one common enemy, and that's to win the war against this virus.
The first thing you do is listen to the medical professionals.
Those people that lost their pay, we want to see that pay continued.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
Our priority is the health and well-being and the lives of the American people.
We want to make sure that we are continuing to support our hospitals.
We've unleashed our most potent weapon of all, the courage of the American people.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
New York takes first tentative steps to reopen and faces challenges unique to the largest city in the country. Economists come to terms with powerful jobs numbers and what they may mean for recovery. And the nation addresses the pressing issue of police reform in the wake of the killing of George Floyd. From New York, welcome to the second hour of Bloomberg Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. The brutal killing of George Floyd led to a wave of protests across the country and is now being followed by a wave of proposals for police reform. We welcome now former Secretary of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff. He is co-founder and executive chairman of the Chertoff Group. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for being with us. Give us your sense from a national security point of view, how best to handle things like the demonstrations we saw just right across the country over the last 10 days, 2 weeks.
Well, David, first let me begin by saying I think everybody recoils with horror and outrage at the video of what looks to be a murder by a police officer against a man who was incapacitated with his hands handcuffed. And I think that really is a blow at the spirit of the country, and that in some ways has a national security impact as well. I think most of the demonstrations were peaceful and reflected genuine outrage and concern, but not violence. There were a minority of people who tried to exploit these either to agitate and create violence because of their ideology, or in some cases to loot in order to carry out a criminal gain. But the key is to respond in a way that's effective but measured and respects the Constitution and the rule of law. And I think eventually we got to that place, but there was a moment last Monday when there was discussion about bringing active duty troops in that would have been really backfired in terms of national security and national unity.
National security, national unity, but also would it be effective? I mean, by and large, our troops are not necessarily trained to do crowd control.
No, it would be the exact opposite of what you want, because you have people who are not properly trained, and you would either have an overreaction which would escalate matters, or something that was completely misdirected. And to give you an example, there was an episode, again, a week ago in Washington, D.C. on Monday, where a couple of National Guard helicopters flew very low, like 50 feet off the ground, in a misguided effort that somebody thought up to try to disperse or control the crowd. Now, that is a tactic you would use in Fallujah, not in Farragut Square. And it caused a very negative reaction, and now they're investigating how this came to be. But that's exactly what you don't want to be doing if you're trying to respect free speech and control the crowd in a way that doesn't simply put more gasoline on the fire.
This awful incident, you say a murder, really, we saw on the street.
Murder,
yeah, it's hard to describe it any other way. And the protests that followed come on top of a pandemic and a shutdown and an economic severe downturn. How do you put all those things together? Can we reopen? Does this affect our reopening plans?
Well, I think, there has been a reopening that's been laid out in every jurisdiction that, generally speaking, is staged in a way to be gradual and make sure that you're not reverting back to a significant increase in the number of new cases. Now, I will say that what the demonstrations do is two things. First of all, some of the reopening actually got delayed because people who might have opened up their restaurants, at least for outside seating, kept them shut because they were concerned about violence in the street. More seriously, I'm concerned, I think everybody is, that the proximity of people, particularly if they were not wearing masks, could actually result in a spike up in the incidence of the virus, and then that would wind up dialing us back to a more lockdown situation. Hopefully enough people wore masks, and the fact that they were outside will mitigate that possibility, but we will not know for a couple of weeks.
Do you have initial thoughts about some of the proposals for police reform? We now have a bill being proposed by the House Democrats with some Senate Democrats as well. Things like a national registry, limiting the immunity of police officers, barring certain activities like chokeholds. Does it make sense to have a federal standard on that?
Well, I think you want to have a federal minimum standard, because just like we do with civil rights rules, and that's a federal standard. The exact way it applies in practice may have to be tailored depending on the jurisdiction. But there's no question that there is a national interest in preserving and protecting the civil rights of minorities and everybody else. And there has been a disturbing escalation in unexplained police violence that is troubling and means we need to recalibrate how we use the police and what we expect of the police.
Finally, on a somewhat different but really very important subject, what about the issue of mail-in ballots, of different ways of balloting? Because a lot of people are concerned about the possibility of going to polling places come November. The president said it really leads to fraud. It can't be relied upon. There is concern about how we maintain the security, particularly given the experience we've had recently with Russia and others of trying to tamper with our system.
So I will tell you, first of all, there's no evidence of widespread fraud involving mail-in ballots. Years ago, I actually prosecuted a case of someone committing a fraud with mail-in absentee ballots. It was like 10 votes. There's no evidence of that. It is, by the way, much more secure than any kind of online voting would be. And so in terms of Russian tampering, I would not worry about mail-in ballots. I would be concerned about making sure we get the ballots to people quickly, so it's not a last-minute issue with the Postal Service, and that we also encourage them to return their votes early enough so we can, collect them and then tabulate them. But there are a couple of things I would be careful about. First of all, we need to make sure we secure and enhance the security of the databases we use that collect information about who is registered to vote. And we also need to have a paper backup so that if there is an attack that somehow incapacitates the online registry, we can go back and look manually.
Right.
And I also think we have to be careful to make sure that we message people that the results are not going to come in the day
Yeah,
of.
Exactly. We have to have some patience.
Exit polls.
Yeah, which we aren't so comfortable with that patience bit. Okay, thank you so much to former Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff, co-founder and executive chairman of the Chertoff Group. Coming up, New York takes its first steps toward reopening today, and columnist Max Neeson says it may not be that easy. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
What began in China has expanded worldwide.
Is it China that's going to lead that consumer recovery?
What have we learned?
I'm curious as to what you're monitoring most closely in the news flow.
What can we predict?
Are you seeing a time when you can expect recovery in global travel?
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
Do people realize that those numbers are going to get a lot worse?
Tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You're living in a world built on science, political and economic.
You've got to believe the labour market gets hit.
Computer and medical.
Clarify where we are on a test.
It all makes a difference.
What do you think needs to happen in terms of governmental response?
And it's all here.
He expects the virus to peak quite a long time from now.
Get your science straight.
The hand washing campaign, is this actually a good strategy?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hi, everyone. Al Roker here. As a guy with his own catchphrase, I appreciate that after 75 years, Smokey's only said,
"Only you can prevent wildfires."
But I'm filling in because there's a lot more to report. Like when it's dry or windy. Be careful burning yard waste, because wildfires can even start in your neck of the woods. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting.
Where will 2020 take you? Somewhere where people care. About each other. About our planet. About creating a better world for everyone. And becoming the best versions of yourselves. Join a community of like-minded individuals at the University of Winchester. Make sure to accept your offer by the UCAS deadline and visit our website to find out more. See the bigger picture. Be the difference. Go to winchester.ac.uk.
Thanks to National Lottery players, the Help a Squaddy initiative are now providing mental health support online for veterans like Darren.
Thank you.
And £600 million of National Lottery funding is on its way to thousands more local projects in England and across the UK during these exceptional times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
At Asda, we're helping you shop safely by keeping our stores clean and limiting customer numbers so you can keep 2 meters apart. With our Scan and Go mobile app, you can reduce contact at the till too. Asda, we're all in this together. Subject to availability, mobile data charges may apply.
With the shift to remote working, video conferencing has become the new normal to keep your business running. But is it reliable and secure? Cisco WebEx is committed to the highest security standards and already trusted by both small businesses and many of the world's largest organizations. Call, message and meet securely with Cisco WebEx. Sign up at cisco.uk/work-from-home. When secure remote work is critical, WebEx is essential.
Dear Dad, Happy Father's Day. You are my rock, my go-to guy. Whenever I call, you're happy just to listen. You've always been there for me, by my side. I don't know how you put up with my piano playing all those years. Hang on, kiddo. I'll listen in a sec. I miss you. See you soon. Love you lots, Luce. This Father's Day, send love straight to Dad's door with moonpig.com. Download the app today.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are higher with the S&P 500 close to wiping out all of this year's declines. Right now, we've got the S&P close to a 15-week high. It is currently higher by 16 points, up 0.5%. The Dow's up 254 points, up 0.9%. NASDAQ up 37. That is a gain of 0.4%. 10-year up 7/30 seconds with a yield of 0.87%. Gold up $12 the ounce, up 0.7% to $16.97. And a pullback for West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.4%, $38.21 a barrel. So again, recapping, optimism about reopening, sending stocks higher with the S&P up 16, a gain now of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It is time now for Bloomberg Opinion, and we welcome today columnist Max Neeson. So, Max, welcome. As we all know, this is a big day for New York City as they enter Phase 1, limited reopening. First of all, for those of us who don't live in New York City, explain what that Phase 1 is, because it's fairly limited, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just a subset of businesses coming back. It's construction, manufacturing, wholesale, and non-essential retail, but only for curbside or in-store pickup. So not what you think of as reopening, as we've seen or saw as soon as April in other parts of the country, where you saw malls, hair salons, that kind of thing. We're still a ways away from that.
Yeah, and it'll be curious, I think, for all of us, how many people come back. It's one thing to say you can. It's another thing to say, yes, I'm willing to do that. But one of the things that did change is now, as I understand it, the subway is back to regular service. Is that right?
They're still doing overnight cleaning. The difference, I think the big one is that there will just be substantially more people. Estimates of as many as 400,000 people heading back to work today. Well, that's still going to be a fraction of normal peak ridership. It's a heck of a lot more than what we've seen over the past few months where there's been the broader lockdown. So there are directions to wear a mask and distance, and even at these levels, though that might be feasible. The real question, though, is when you move into July. Phase 2, and then Phase 3 and 4 beyond that, how you deal with the resumption of millions of daily rides.
And as you say in your piece, other places have mass transit, but I don't think there's any city, certainly in the United States of America, that relies so much to move so many people to their offices, to their workplaces, which poses substantial challenges because, as we know, those of us who use the subway regularly, it sometimes can be somewhat chaotic. I don't know how you enforce social distancing on the New York subway.
I don't know either, and I'm not sure the city knows. It's something that they'll have to, I think, put a little bit more work and thought into heading into that broader reopening. You can run more trains. You can direct people to wait until they get on the train. All that takes lots of staff, and in terms of doing it throughout the entirety of an enormous system, for the next 6 months or longer that you have until the potential, and before there's even potential for a vaccine, it's going to be a really difficult challenge.
You could add more staff, but you need compliance. I mean, I presume they're not going to, be marshals with guns to do this. And New Yorkers, by and large, I think, have been pretty compliant. At the same time, they can sometimes be a little independent or even ornery.
Definitely true. And I do think, at least through this period, part of what's been behind New York's kind of tremendous success in bending the curve of the country's worst outbreak has been a relatively solid willingness to follow directions. But over time, as people get hungry to return back to life, as if people get more comfortable, and just simply based on the reality of trying to get to work in the morning, that's when you run the risk of gradually slipping in terms of compliance, and when you really have to try to be more vigilant. At the end of the day, a lot of it is going to rely on the actions of individual companies and people. For example, staggering shifts, giving the option to remain remote. All of these things that can help potentially, have fewer people commute, and fewer people commute at those really congested times in the morning and in early evening.
Well, and that's before you get to issues like elevators in high rises, which before the coronavirus, we would pack in several people in an elevator. How are we possibly going to just have, I guess, 2 or 3 people at a time go up in an elevator?
The answer, if everyone is going to keep doing that in high rises, is they're going to wait for a long time to get into the office every morning. There's just no way around it. Even if you skip the temperature checks, things that are currently being recommended, it's going to take a long time.
Do we have the contact tracing, do we know, to allow us to jump on it if there are some spikes up? Because most people think there will be some places you'll have increased incidence. We just need to know where they are and get to it right quick.
So that's something that capacity is currently being built in New York City. I wouldn't say it's running to the point where you can do really broad case-based interventions for every single case. Even though New York is in incredibly good shape relative to where it was a month ago, or on a population adjusted rate, we're still talking in the past 2 weeks more than multiple thousands of cases. And that's a lot of people to trace. Then when you add in, the protests and the police response to the protests with lots of people arrested, you add another layer of complexity on what will be, what's still an effort that's ramping up.
Well, it does strike me the protests, as you mentioned, really raises questions about whether there was proper social distancing and all of those protests. At the same time, the incubation period, I guess, is something like 2 weeks, which is going to be just about the time that they take a look at phase 2, right? So about 2 or 3 weeks from now could be a critical time in terms of the data.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nice thing about the New York City reopening is that they do appear to be taking a really measured approach. I think they're not even guiding people to that 2-week window that they were using in other parts of the state, just acknowledging that New York is something of a different beast in terms of density, the number of people, and the degree of caution you need to have and surety in the data before you take next steps. So I think there will be a good look. You'll get a good sense at the degree to which the protests might have affected the case count before that next step is taken, which is, to the benefit as opposed to some other states which moved a little bit more based on the calendar than on the numbers.
Yeah, it was hard enough to get us all to stay home the first time. The second time is going to be that much harder, I suspect. Thank you so much to Max Neeson. You can read more on this and other stories from Bloomberg Opinion at Bloomberg.com/opinion and on the terminal by typing in OPIN-GO. Coming up, experts were shocked by those jobs numbers out on Friday. We're going to be joined by the former chief economist for Ford Motor. She is Ellen Hughes-Cromwick. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Investor hopes for a quick economic rebound not only have the stock averages at least a third to almost 1% higher, the Dow up 254, the Nasdaq 37, the S&P 17, but the Nasdaq is trading in record territory. Money managers say the surprisingly not as negative as anticipated May jobs report means May probably marked the peak of huge job losses, and while the labor market recovery will probably take a few years, right now investors are just happy to see the low point behind us. Places where some jobs are coming up, Dunkin', the donut and coffee chain, says its franchisees want to hire up to 25,000 workers as it gets ready for higher demand with states reopening. The jobs range from front of counter to managers. Dunkin' says it's committed to diversity and inclusion. And Match, the world's largest online dating company, is defending race-based filters. Most gay dating apps are scrapping them. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
It's a stock market driver.
Now they're starting.
People's Postcode Lottery's 30k a day is back. £30,000 will be won every single day by players in the July draws. That's £30,000 for every player in the winning postcode. Visit postcodelottery.co.uk/radio before midnight on the 18th of June to play in the July draws. PPL managed lotteries on behalf of good causes. 16 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly.
Hi, I'm Dan from NatWest Manchester branch. We know life's hard right now, but if coronavirus has affected your finances, we're doing our best to make things easier. If you're a personal customer, you can request a 3-month payment break if you're struggling with your mortgage, loan or credit card. Or if you need help with an existing arranged overdraft, you could get £500 interest-free for 3 months. Remember, every one of us is here to support you. There are lots of ways we could help. Search NatWest Coronavirus.
Eligibility and conditions apply to payment breaks. Overdraft up to your agreed limit if lower than £500.
Picture this. Small businesses on eBay are working to
get things moving.
Sending spices to novice cooks.
Hairbands to kids.
Desks for home offices.
Delivering the goods.
Shipping footballs.
Fruit trees.
And dishwashers.
Thousands of small businesses on eBay are helping to keep the nation going. They are individually brilliant, stronger as one. Buy, sell, eBay.
Get your cook on with Asda. With Uncle Ben's rice, 250 grams for just £1. And our Butcher's Selection chicken breast fillets, only £3.40 for 650 grams. Why not whack it in the wok? At Asda, we're committed to low prices every day on the quality products you need. Asda. Selected stores and lines subject to availability.
Ready to talk brass tacks on what's happening in Major League Baseball? Turn to the Effectively Wild podcast from Fangraphs for daily statistics, analysis, and commentary.
One team will say, yeah, we're going to keep paying minor leaguers their stipend, and another team will say, we're going to extend the stipend through this month, and then another team will say, nope, we're cutting them off. So are extending it at least through August, which would basically be the end of the minor league regular season.
Search Effectively Wild on TuneIn to listen.
Let's be honest, we all spend too much of our day on social media. But at least you can spend your endless scroll time to discover new things on TuneIn. Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to always be in the know about the best new stuff streaming in the app. From breaking news stories and live sporting events.
Yeah, but it's unique times. I think there's unique circumstances, and we're trying
to stand out stations and podcasts. Stay in touch with TuneIn.
Ready for a one-of-a-kind look at the NFL? On the PFF NFL podcast, Steve Palazzolo and Sam Munson interpret the unique stats of Pro Football Focus to analyze the league, uncover secret superstars, and discuss which teams to watch out for in the next Super Bowl.
Let's talk some football. Let's do it, Steve. All sorts of stuff. We're going to do most improved defenses around the NFL. Solomon Wilcots, our very own. He went into some detail over at PFF.com. Most improved defenses around the
Search PFF NFL on TuneIn to listen.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, those shockingly good jobs numbers from Friday. Do they tell us the recovery will be more robust than we thought? or just that it got started a little bit earlier than we thought? We talk with economist Ellen Hughes Cromwick of the Third Way. But first, let's get a market check with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And of course, David Weston, that jobs number sparked a massive rally on Friday. We're seeing follow through today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. In fact, U.S. stocks pushing toward a 15-week high. The dollar fell as easing lockdowns bolster economic optimism. S&P 500 index extending a rally from this year's lows to more than 40%, on track to erase its 2020 losses. Here's where we stand. S&P up 16, a gain now of 0.5%. The Dow up 244 points, up 0.9%. And NASDAQ rallying 45 points, up by 0.5%. So far this year, NASDAQ is up 9.9%, while the S&P 500 index has narrowed its loss to about 0.7%. 10-year up 7/30 seconds, yield now 0.87%. Gold is up 0.9%, $16.99 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude dropping 3.7%, now at $38.08 a barrel. While investors are still dissecting Friday's jobs report, Dan Morris is market strategist at BNP Paribas Asset Management.
We may not now get as much stimulus in the next rounds from the U.S. as you would have thought before, given this data. And, I really actually think that is a good thing because the data is better, so you don't need it. And then also, again, we are going to have to worry about the debt levels at some point, and at least on the margin, that's not quite as big of a problem as you might have feared.
Two drug makers behind the industry's most prominent responses to the COVID-19 pandemic are looking into the possibility of a combined future as economies emerge from lockdowns. Sources tell Bloomberg London-based AstraZeneca, co-developer of one of the fastest-moving experimental coronavirus vaccines, has made a preliminary approach to Gilead Sciences, maker of the only American-approved treatment. Right now, we've got AstraZeneca shares in London. They are down by 2.7%. Gilead advancing today on that word, up by 0.4%. Again, recapping, equities higher with the S&P up 15, a gain there of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. The Monday edition back to work. And once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. The brutal killing of George Floyd has brought a wave of protests, but that's not what we're going to talk about. Experts told us to expect a job loss of 7.5 million last month, but we did better than that, a full 10 million better, as the U.S. created 2.5 million new jobs, although even that is a small down payment on the tens of millions lost in the wake of the pandemic. We welcome now Ellen Hughes Cromwick. She is Senior Resident Fellow at the Third Way Climate Energy Program. Dr. Hughes Cromwick earlier served as Chief Economist for the Ford Motor Company and for the Department of Commerce. So welcome. It's great to have you back with us. First of all, the most obvious question, how did we all get it so wrong?
I'm not sure that we got it wrong, David. What we saw in May, I think, was the beginning of reopening. We didn't get it wrong because really on net since February, we still have seen nearly 30 million people unemployed. And if you look at the latest numbers on unemployment insurance benefits, we have nearly 30 million people receiving unemployment insurance benefits. These are huge numbers. And what we didn't get wrong is that the labor market has collapsed and it still remains severely affected by the health crisis.
Which points me, at least, in the direction of, is this a timing issue? We just saw the jobs come a little sooner than we thought they were? Or does it indicate something more robust about the recovery when it comes?
I think it's really the first point that it is coming a little sooner. What we saw across the country, as you know, many states started to open up in advance of the prescriptions that were provided by the CDC. And that was a little bit surprising and very difficult, frankly, to estimate how many folks were actually going back. I think what we have to look at now going forward, not only the weekly jobless claims between now and the June job report, but also what are any second wave effects that we're likely to see in cyclically sensitive industries where demand is weaker.
So through the weekend, there were various reports with various economists from banks and things saying it's time to move from rescue of the economy to recovery. Is that premature?
Well, I think there's an element of truth to that. Frankly, there are many policies that could really help right now, especially the people, nearly 30 million, that are out of work. And if we really want to be proactive to make sure that there aren't more layoffs, we have to start putting more money into the pockets of people. There are really four legs to the stool. We need to help state and local governments. They've been hit from tax losses and all the work they're doing on COVID. The teacher job layoffs in May were very concerning. And we need to help healthcare workers, people that need to get SNAP, just basic food stamps. We have an underfunded program there. And then finally, we need to help businesses more. They've got to be ready to innovate and grow, and they're not going to do that if they don't get a little more fiscal support.
Well, one of the concerns I did see raised was maybe forced austerity. Talk about state and local government, for example, where they might have to lay off people if they don't get some support. And for that matter, we've got a lot of companies that borrowed a lot of money to get them through this tough period. They're going to have to pay it back at some point.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because one of the things I was remembering from being at Ford was going through the Greek debt crisis. And if you recall, that permeated through a lot of the European markets and then contagion to other regions of the world. And one of the things I think we learned from that was that austerity doesn't really work. That is to say, if we go into a budget cutting mode or we don't allow for more fiscal stimulus to match up with the Fed action that's been taken, we're going to have more trouble later on. You know, we've got to keep forcing through more policy stimulus so that we avoid huge losses later on, bigger losses than if we sit here and don't take any action.
At the same time, talk to me about the bond yield curve, just a little bit of treasuries, because it's steepened quite a bit through last week. I mean, today is maybe a little bit weaker, but it's a lot steeper than it's been in some time. Normally, doesn't that indicate that actually happier times are coming?
Yeah, you know, that's really interesting, because that was reminding me of some graduate classes in macro that, hey, you know, when the interest rate goes up, that, especially on the long end of the curve, that actually is a reflection of better economic growth. So it is providing some expectation right now. Do we think that's a realistic expectation? That is the big question. But right now, investors are voting, and they're basically saying, hey, this economy is going to recover. It may not get back to where we were pre-COVID, but it's going up. And so investors are voting in that way. And I think the Fed stimulus, if you think about, you know, the old adage, don't fight the Fed. Frankly, you know, the fact that the Fed has put so much stimulus in there is telling investors that the financial asset appreciation is likely to continue. I'm not saying that's the best forecast, but I think that's the forecast that the market's making.
It's always a treat to have you with us. Really appreciate it, Ellen. That is Ellen Hughes-Cromwick of The Third Way. And now we're going to talk about the brutal killing of George Floyd. It has really brought a wave of protests across the United States, and following that, a wave of proposals for reforming the nation's police departments, including a bill that the Democrats are proposing in the House of Representatives today. We welcome now an expert on police reform. She is Lori O. Robinson. She's professor of criminology, law, and society at George Mason University. So, Professor, thank you so much for being with us. You actually were co-chair, I believe, of President Barack Obama's task force on 21st century policing. What were the things you were looking at the time? What were the reforms that you were proposing? Did they get done?
Thank you so much for having me, first of all. Yes, I was co-chair of the Obama White House task force, and we had a couple of core principles, the first of which was that police need to be guardians of the community rather than an occupying force. And secondly, that they need to interact with the community with procedural justice towards citizens. That means treating them with dignity and respect, and giving citizens voice during encounters, meaning giving them a chance to tell their side of the story. So those are kind of overriding principles. And then some of the key specifics were that departments need to give clear and updated policy on use of force, including emphasis on de-escalation and alternatives to arrest in low-level cases. There has to be training, not just for recruits, but throughout a law enforcement career in areas like de-escalation, and also for handling of people, for example, with mental illness. And we also said there need to be independent investigations and prosecutions involving officer-involved shootings and other deaths. So this kind of panoply of areas, and that's just some examples, because there were 59 recommendations in our report.
But how does one get those actually effectuated? I mean, was this through the granting or withholding of funds, or was there a proposal that there be a statute, or it was more sort of urging, persuading local police forces, because policing tends to be local in this country?
Yeah, well, you're exactly on point. And I was really struck by the fact of how many people in Washington failed to understand that. I had a lot of questions from the press about when Barack Obama was going to order all of the police departments in the country to do these things. And, of course, as you allude to, policing is very much a local function in this country. There are actually 18,000 state and local police departments, half of which have 10 or fewer sworn officers. So that's a lot of very tiny departments that don't, as an example, have the capacity themselves to do some of these somewhat more complex training events themselves. But in our federal system, of course, the feds, whether it's the Justice Department or Congress, don't have the authority to order local mayors who oversee the police chiefs to make these kind of changes. One of the levers, of course, is through federal funding. But as I know, because I ran the grants agency in the Justice Department for 10 years, many of those small departments don't even get federal funding. So one of the things that we encouraged through the Justice Department's funding agencies was to work with the associations in the policing area. For example, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, which actually did go out and educate their members through regional training and the like, educate police chiefs and others about these recommendations. And in fact, one thing that a group called the Vera Institute of Justice, 2 years after the Ferguson event where Michael Brown was killed, found that 34 states had adopted laws in the 2 years after Ferguson on police reform. But this is a slow process because a lot of this also has to do with how changes are implemented at the local level and with things like police culture. So this is not an overnight process in any way, and it does take effort over time.
Are police unions a force for good or for ill in this? Because there's a lot of reporting now, and at least some police unions really protecting officers against whom complaints have been lodged for some extended period of time.
Yeah, I don't think you can characterize it as simply good or evil, but I think as in any system, whether it's in policing or other areas, that the protection of the kind of status quo is something that has occurred in policing as far as the role of unions are concerned.
It's fascinating. Thank you so much. That's really terribly helpful. That's Professor Lori O. Robinson of George Mason University. I want to turn now to those remarkable jobs numbers from Friday. Many of us were shocked, genuinely shocked, when the Labor Department on Friday announced the U.S. had created 2.5 million new jobs last month instead of losing 7.5 million, which is what was expected. We welcome now the man behind the numbers. He is Eugene Scalia, and he's Secretary of Labor. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. I guess my basic question is, where'd those jobs come from? Can you tell where they came from?
Sure, we can. David, it's good to join you. It was just a stupendous jobs report. As you said, it, in a sense, beat expectations by 10 million jobs. We added 2.5. A lot were in leisure and hospitality, so it was restaurant workers coming back to work. We added a lot in manufacturing, which was a little bit of a surprise. Construction, retail. But let me just mention a couple other things that make this report, I think, even more encouraging. First, as you know, these surveys relate to the middle of the month. So this is where we were in mid-May. A lot of states were just starting to reopen now. So we know that you ask where the jobs are, there'll be many more jobs added over the next few weeks in other states that get deeper into their reopening. And then we know there are other industries where we didn't add back as much as we might have expected to, but we'll definitely bring those jobs back. Healthcare lost 1.4 million jobs in April. Those jobs will come back. So it's a really, really good start on the reopening.
Congress enacted, the president signed something called the Payroll Protection Program to try to make sure people either didn't lose their jobs or got hired back. Is there any way of knowing what effect the PPP may have had on these jobs numbers?
We think the PPP was helpful in keeping people on payroll, attached to the employer. Hard to know exactly where it factors in. The Small Business Administration, which administers the program, estimates that tens of millions of workers have gotten the benefit of that program by staying on payroll. And one of the things I've always liked about the program the most, and we've talked about before, is that it poises workers to come back quickly. They're still connected to their employer. The employer still has workers ready to go. So the program, in addition to just getting money to people who need it, should also help us reopen more quickly than we might otherwise have done.
Back when I ran an operating unit at the Walt Disney Company, ABC News, one of the questions I'd ask when things like this happen, nice, surprising numbers, is it timing or is it real? That is to say, are we just moving up some numbers that otherwise we'd see a little later? So does this indicate something about the size of the overall recovery, how many jobs we can get back, or is it more it happened earlier than we thought it would?
I think it's a very good question, and I think it's both. It definitely happened sooner than we expected. What this shows is that the rebound was already happening faster, bigger than projected. But I think the fact that we put back 2.5 million jobs so quickly is encouraging for the long haul. A number that I've looked at closely the last couple months is how many workers say they were put out of work temporarily. And that number remains extremely high. For April, it was just about 90%. And for May, it was about 85% still think that they're going back to the job they had. So that's really another sign that just as we came into this downturn by a completely different route than any other economic difficulty we've had before, we can come out in a different and, I think, faster way.
This is a great number. I mean, everyone agrees this is a great number. At the same time, we have a long way to go. 2.5 million is almost a drop in the bucket compared to the tens of millions who've lost their jobs here. What comes next, do we think, in terms of getting jobs back? And how long will it take to get us back to where we were?
You're right, David. We still have ways to go. Nobody's proclaiming victory at this point. We're still working with the states, for example, to help them get those unemployment payments out to people who are entitled to them. That remains a priority. I have been asked a number of times whether I thought we could get back below 10% unemployment this year. I now am even more confident that we can do that. I think this we'll have, I think, a report for the month of June that's at least as positive as the one we saw for May. And I did want to comment on another number in the report. It's been observed that there was a very, very slight uptick in unemployment for African Americans, and that's true. But when you drill in, what you find is that actually about nearly 300,000 African Americans found jobs in May. It's just that they entered the workforce in even larger numbers. And one of the things you look for when you're looking for recovery is increased labor force participation. So that's actually another good sign in this report. We obviously want that unemployment number coming down, But we see that African Americans did get jobs and are coming back into the workforce.
I was going to ask you about that, Mr. Secretary, so I'm glad you raised it because all of us noticed that uptick. And both white and Hispanic unemployment went down substantially, actually, and there was a slight uptick for African Americans. How much of that do we know is because African Americans often are congregated in urban centers that were particularly hard hit by COVID-19? I'm thinking about places like Detroit. It's majority African American, things like that, and it's harder to get them back into the workforce. Do we have a sense of that, how much this is directly COVID related?
I think that it could well be that a reason you didn't see even larger numbers of African Americans coming back to work is it could be geographic. It could be particular sectors. Government employment actually lost jobs in May. Those are jobs we know also will come back, by the way. But I think there are more African Americans in that sector than in some other sectors, and so they may be feeling the impact there too.
You mentioned unemployment insurance, and there's a question about whether it needs to be extended, the special unemployment insurance or not. Also, some have suggested maybe it was a bit too rich the first time, and it may have actually gave some people a perverse incentive not to take jobs because they might make more on unemployment. Where are you on that question about the extension of the supplemental unemployment insurance and what should be done with it?
The $600 a week, which was added in the CARES Act, the president signed that act back in March, and it was $600 on top of what was made available by your state. And so the average there could get up to around $50,000 or $55,000 a year if you annualized it. It was very important to get a substantial benefit out when we were shutting our economy down back in March. But I think as we're opening now and as jobs are becoming available and we want people to go back to the workplace, I don't think the same strategy is going to make sense. What I'd like to do is keep watching how these job markets develop in the next few weeks. The $600 a week benefit expires at the end of July. Let's see where we are as that gets closer. But I don't think we're going to want to do something exactly like what was done initially when we were shutting our economy down.
Mr. Secretary, you said that you were hopeful at least that the June numbers will be as good, maybe even better, but as good as the one we had for May. At the same time, we hear lots of reports about layoffs, significant layoffs being announced by some big companies. And you also have, on the demand side, some really weak numbers, like, for example, ISM manufacturing numbers, like the index is like 30.1 and 50 is breaking even. Do you see some more layoffs coming down the pipeline? Is there some bad news out there as well we haven't quite hit the books yet?
I think the news is going to mostly be good. Obviously, there's always change in our economy. We know that there are some sectors, David, that are going to take longer to come back. An example being really any industry that depends on bringing large numbers of people together, particularly in an indoor space. That'll be slower. We know. And we know there have been some knock-on effects, too, that some companies have had their supply chains disrupted and the like. So these are things to take a look at. But I think the overall arc that we've seen is really very positive. What we're seeing is that states are reopening. They're reopening safely. The jobs are coming back. And it's starting to look really much brighter than people had feared just a few weeks ago.
There are various proposals for further fiscal stimulus. Certainly, Speaker Pelosi has a proposal. Reports are the White House is working on it as well. Do we need it? And let me specifically ask about one thing. You said the state jobs will come back. State and local employment jobs will come back. We hear from a lot of governors, Republican and Democrats, that if they don't get some money, they're going to have to lay off people. We had the governor of New Jersey actually say he thinks he might have to lay off half of his people if he doesn't get some real help.
Well, I know that's a question that's been raised, is getting a look at it. I think there will likely be some additional legislation. It's certainly being discussed. The exact content, again, I think it will depend in part on how conditions on the ground develop over the next few weeks. In terms of stimulus, there's been a lot in the economy now with the unemployment benefits that were put out, and paycheck protection, and those economic impact payments by the IRS. Another bright spot in the economy right now is that savings really are pretty high. Individual savings, people weren't spending all that much during shutdowns, even as they were still bringing in money through unemployment and the like. So let's see where we are. Let me emphasize this, though. we had such an extremely strong economy all the way through the end of February. And that was brought about in substantial part by limiting the size of government, by cutting taxes, by cutting unnecessary regulations. Right. And so we have to remember that it's free markets, it's free people that yields those kinds of economic benefits.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Always a pleasure to have you with us. That's the Secretary of Labor. He is Eugene Scalia. That does it for Balance of Power for Bloomberg Radio for today. I'm David Weston. Thank you so much for joining us.
At the start of every day, you can't predict.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones, and you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Want to relive the glory of college football?
Balls over a man, into the end zone.
Come explore TuneIn's classic game replay collection to hear ESPN's complete coverage of the 2019 New Year's 6 bowl games. Don't miss your chance to re-experience the Rose Bowl, the 2020 National Championship, featuring Clemson and LSU.
There's going to be 2 champions on the field tomorrow night. There's going to be 1 team hold up the trophy.
Rise to the 5! Touchdown! Search classic game replays to listen for free.
Brian Windhorst and the Hoop Collective Podcast.
What about Giannis Antetokounmpo? He is going to be eligible to sign a Supermax extension, which we were projecting to be worth $240 million this summer. Well, if the salary cap drops, and even if he's wonderfully happy in Milwaukee, it may make no sense for him to sign when he can just wait a year and wait for the revenues to recover and then lock in.
Subscribe to Brian Windhorst and the Hoop Collective.
Search the Hoop Collective to listen.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
How do you keep track of all your favorite stations and podcasts? Easy. You add them to your favorites list. Just find the audio you want to bookmark and tap the heart icon. Then, whenever you want to browse your favorites, you'll find everything under the Favorites tab.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
Of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
And live from New York and live from New Jersey, streaming on YouTube as well. It is Monday, June 8th, 2020. And Jason, week 13 working from home, it could be an unlucky number, right? 13. And yet there's lots of signs of optimism out there.
Yeah, listen, one of the stats that I am obsessed with is looking at the S&P year to date. We are within 0.5% of making up everything that we lost this year.
I know, forgive me for saying this. Right, exactly, like it never happened. So, big day for New York City, right? The most important economy, safe to say, in the U.S., really one of the largest in the world. It begins phase 1 of its reopening after the virus. That's a big deal, Jason.
We're going to talk a lot about that because, as you say, it's symbolic, but it goes beyond symbolism, too, because when New York gets back to work, a lot of things start to go from there. Speaking of back to work, he's always at work. Charlie Pellet is with us for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Hey, Charlie.
Working from home, and here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ Look at that. Best level of the day on the S&P 500 index at a 15-week high. All of this about optimism on reopening. We will have more coming up right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get right to the numbers. S&P up 22 right now. 32.16, up 0.7%. As Jason mentioned, bringing its year-to-date loss to 0.4%. NASDAQ up another 65 points this Monday, up 0.7%. NASDAQ so far for 2020 is up now by more than 10%. The Dow up 308, best level of the day there, up 1.1%. 10-year up 730 seconds with a yield now of 0.87%. Gold up 0.7%, 16.97 the ounce. Crude oil slumping. West Texas Intermediate down 3.2%, 38.28 a barrel. Again, recapping equities rally building on Friday's gains. S&P up 24 of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Much more to come, but given everything that we just said and what Charlie just said about where the markets are, let's set the Business Week agenda. It's an important day, as Carol said. Vincent Signorella is with us, global macro strategist for Bloomberg. Joining us on the phone from White Plains, Vince, as you know, contributes to the Macro Squawk Desk. Squawk, of course, is real-time curated news, audio streamed directly through your terminal. Check it out at Squawk on your launchpad. And Dave Wilson, of course, is with us, stocks editor for Bloomberg, author of the Chart and Stock of the Day. Dave, give us a quick snapshot of the internals of the trade. What's really driving us forward here?
Well, a lot of it is what we saw last week with some of the stocks beaten down the most this year and beyond, kind of leading the way back. You're seeing it with energy stocks, industrial companies, financial companies, all kind of at the forefront of the gains. One thing that's interesting as the day has gone on, though, is that you're seeing some of the interest rate sensitive areas of the market sort of join in the rally. And we've seen bond yields move up. So, that's not great news for utilities or for real estate companies, because it means higher costs on their debt down the line. It means their dividend yields aren't as competitive necessarily when you compare them with bonds. And yet you look at the S&P 500 Utilities Index, it's the second best performer out of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, and real estate is the third best. So, it kind of tells you that there are all sorts of areas of the market that are taking part in the rally that we've seen that, if you were to go back a few weeks, we're kind of being left behind here. That's sort of the story of the past week, really, and it carries on with a bit of a twist today.
Yeah, it feels like a big sigh of relief as the world sees New York City starting to reopen. This is such an important economy to the overall health of the country. Vince Signorella, come on in. I'm curious about some of the things that you've been seeing this morning on the Macro Squawk Desk.
What pretty much Dave is saying, it's risk on, with the only exception being the Japanese yen gaining. Typically that is a haven trade, so that's got traders confounded a little bit today, throwing a little wrench into things. But the yen has faded quite a bit over the last few days or so. We've just seen some options trading and probably some profit taking in there. I would suspect that if this rally continues, we'll see the yen start to weaken again. But once again, that correlation between a weaker dollar and a higher stock market just keeps batting on, and we're now, give or take, about 13 points away in the S&P 500 cash from erasing all of the 2020 decline, which is just a phenomenal thing to even think about.
It's remarkable, right, Vince? Don't you think about how, the history books are going to treat this? Is it just going to be a paragraph, or is it something more substantial?
Yeah. No, I think it'll definitely stand its own test of time. It's probably going to be a book in it somewhere for some financial novelist. Or some financial journalist, rather.
Yeah. Or novelist, because you can't really make it up.
That's totally true. I mean, this has really beat up a lot of people. I mean, Druckenmiller basically, threw in the towel today and said, "I'm humbled. I missed it." And there are a lot of major players that have missed it and still aren't on board. I still have traders talking to me this morning, throwing me things off Twitter, which they would like me to say on the Squawk, which are negative for risk, but just don't apply. They're just trying to get their story out there. It looks real. It feels real. I mean, we have the Fed on Wednesday.
Yeah. In the meantime,
going to put the brakes on this rally. It'll be if the Fed counters some of their rational exuberance that they gave us the last time around.
That's a really good point. We're going to get into that with Stephen Hanke a little bit later on. And I got to say, it comes on a day when when Citigroup is warning equity euphoria at its highest since 2002. So, a lot for investors to consider. And it's only Monday, Jason Kelly.
It is indeed. All right, gentlemen, thank you both so much. Really appreciate it. Vince Signorella, global macro strategist for Bloomberg, on the phone from White Plains. Dave Wilson will be back with us at 3:30 with his chart of the day. And just after the close for his stock of the day, Carol.
I feel like if we were going to throw some music in, we need a little bit of Beatles about the long and winding road.
Yeah,
it's not been that long, right?
No,
I mean, if you think about it, but we're coming back, and this is a big day.
It hasn't been long. I mean, certainly in the course and in the scope of history, and yet 13 weeks feels like a long time. I mean, I was talking to a friend on the phone earlier, and she was just saying, the last time she was in her office was March 13th.
I know, right?
March 13th, which was the last time we were in the office together.
Officially was not spring.
That's right.
And here we are, almost officially summer.
Yeah.
Or the beginning of summer on the calendar. So it's been a long time, no doubt about it. And we've seen a lot of tough stuff, no doubt about it. So we're going to talk a lot about New York City. It's very important to the U.S. economy, really to the world economy. It's going back to work. And then we're going to talk about investments that have sprung back big time. Kathy Wood, I am so excited to have her back with us, CEO at ARK Investments. Man, her calls, since we began talking with her years ago, Jason, as we know, have been spot on. We've highlighted her in the magazine. She talks about innovation, and at times of unrest and stress is when you start to see markets being disrupted, and you do see a lot of innovation.
Yeah, longtime Tesla bull. I'm sure she's going to talk to us a little bit about that SpaceX launch from a couple weeks ago when they rocked up to the launch pad in a Tesla. I'm sure that was a moment that she liked. We're also going to catch up with Kishore Lula. If you haven't heard of him, you should, because he is the CEO at Eros International. I've got to know him over the past couple years. It's the Netflix of India. Just pulled off a deal with a big Hollywood studio. His perspective on the world and the world of entertainment is one you are going to want to hear. That's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I'm also going to just do a little bit of a tease. Our most read story on the Bloomberg in the past 8 hours has to do with Jeff Bezos. It's quite a story, and we're going to talk about that in a moment.
We are, and it's a reminder that we can't get too far away of what we've experienced from the last couple of days. And I had a conversation that I'm going to tell you about a little bit later on for our sports show with Terrell Davis, because it's a reminder that we have a long way to go, and a lot of the unrest is really important to keep in the back of our minds, in the front of our minds.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. One number, Jason, that tells us a lot. It is 80%. An overwhelming majority of American voters believe that things are, quote, out of control in the country. This is according to an NBC News Wall Street Journal poll. The poll posing the question, when it comes to the country these days, do you generally feel that things in the country are what? To which 80% of respondents chose out of control versus 15% who chose under control. I feel like that says a lot, which reminds us we're in an election year, everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Speaking of an election, speaking of world and national news, let's go to Nancy Lohan. She's got world and national headlines. Hey there.
Thanks, Jason. Congressional Democrats are proposing legislation to overhaul police departments and bring more accountability. The Justice in Police Act would create a national database of excessive force episodes. Congresswoman Karen Bass of California says body cameras are already helping police the police.
It is the cell phone camera that has exposed the continuation of violence directed at African Americans by the police and exposed the reality that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is not guaranteed to all African Americans at all times.
The legislation would also revise the federal criminal police misconduct statute to make it easier to prosecute officers who are involved in misconduct with knowing or reckless disregard. Well, the Minneapolis police officer charged with second-degree murder in George Floyd's death is scheduled to make his first court appearance today. Derek Chauvin is also charged with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter in Floyd's death. President Trump is trying to tie Joe Biden to calls to defund the police in an attempt to paint his political opponent as weak on crime. Trump's campaign communications director says the movement is growing. Biden is now forced to own it. Trump has been put on the defensive recently following that photo op last week in which riot police plowed through peaceful protesters. Those calling for defunding the police take a range of positions, including shifting money to programs to address economic and social ills that disproportionately affect blacks. But the rallying cry evokes the idea of abolishing police. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Working from home, take a little more time for breakfast. Tom Keene.
How will this pandemic change your NASDAQ?
Jonathan Farrow.
When you look at that sector, some of these companies won't exist, will they?
And Lisa Abramowitz.
They've only continued to increase the delinquencies and defaults.
Crunch data topped with fresh world news. Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now, watch us on Bloomberg Television.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
At Bloomberg, we know a lot of financial experts.
He's a former president of the European Central Bank.
Your Global Financial Warriors is a classic textbook.
A lot of political experts.
If you were advising the President of the United States, what's the thing that he's not doing that he should do?
And lucky for you, we know a lot of science experts, too.
You talked about those reagents which are necessary for the testing.
It's also the behavioral psychological approach.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This is a message from the government about the emergency measures to support the economy during the period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you, your business, and your workers affected, you can apply for cash grants, business rate holidays, statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the Coronavirus Job Retention and Self-Employment Income Support Schemes. For information, go to gov.uk/business-support now.
Where will 2020 take you? Somewhere where people care about each other, about our planet, about creating a better world for everyone, and becoming the best versions of yourselves. Join a community of like-minded individuals at the University of Winchester. Make sure to accept your offer by the UCAS deadline and visit our website to find out more. See the bigger picture. Be the difference. Go to winchester.ac.uk.
Get your cook on with Asda, with Uncle Ben's rice 250 grams for just £1, and our Butcher's Selection chicken breast fillets only £3.40 for 650 grams. Why not whack it in the wok? At Asda, we're committed to low prices every day on the quality products you need. Asda. Selected stores and lines subject to availability.
At Lloyds Bank, we know that money is a concern for a lot of people during this time.
You just put pressure on yourself all the time. You just want to do your absolute best.
You automatically then think,
it's my fault.
Yeah, this is because I've not
done X, Y, Z.
Yeah, I've not raised them right.
Whatever's playing on your mind at the moment, Lloyds Bank, in partnership with Mental Health UK, can offer you support and advice. Visit lloydsbank.com/mentalhealth.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Ready for a one-of-a-kind look at the NFL? On the PFF NFL podcast, Steve Palazzolo and Sam Munson interpret the unique stats of Pro Football Focus to analyze the league, uncover secret superstars, and discuss which teams to watch out for in the next Super Bowl.
Let's talk some football. Let's do it, Steve. All sorts of stuff. We're going to do most improved defenses around the NFL. Solomon Wilcots, our very own. He went into some detail over at PFF.com. Most improved defenses around the
Search PFF NFL on TuneIn to listen. With the NHL season temporarily on ice, now is a good time to catch up on past games.
Bergeron, he scores!
With game replay on TuneIn, you can listen to every power play, slap shot, and goal of the 2019-2020 season so far.
Suter to Cunningham to Fiala, he scores!
And for a limited time, it's free for hockey fans everywhere. Search Classic Game Replays to start listening.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Want to relive the glory of college football?
Pulls over a man into the end zone.
Come explore TuneIn's Classic Game Replay collection to hear ESPN's complete coverage of the 2019 New Year's 6 bowl games. Don't miss your chance to re-experience the Rose Bowl, the 2020 National Championship featuring Clemson and LSU.
There are going to be 2 champions on the field tomorrow night. There's going to be 1 team hold up the trophy.
10, to the 5, touchdown!
Search Classic Game Replays to listen for free.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 15-week high for the S&P 500 index. Stocks are surging, building on Friday's rally. S&P up 24, now at 32.18, up by 0.8%, narrowing its year-to-date loss to 0.4%. The Dow up almost 300 points, up 1.1%, right now up 295 points. NASDAQ up 71, a gain there of 0.7%. Stocks now at a 15-week high. The dollar fell as easing lockdowns bolstered economic optimism. We've got gold up 0.8%, $16.98 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude now down 3.8%, $38.03 a barrel. Recapping a Monday rally underway with the S&P up 23, up 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser joining you. And the virus clearly continues to be front of mind. And yet I feel like we're looking at it maybe in a more complicated way, in a more complex way, not in a bad way, candidly, Carol. And this next guest has always kept us honest when we've talked to him about some of the demographic, the socioeconomic elements of this that we cannot forget.
Right, and I feel like it's been exacerbated or reminded even more because of the last couple of weeks. The Black community, right, again, impacted disproportionately when it comes to certainly the virus, we saw that, and then equality and justice. So perfect voice for us on this Monday. Welcome back, Dr. Sandro Galea. He's Dean and Professor at Boston University School of Public Health, and he's author of Pained, Uncomfortable Conversations about the public's health. Conversations, though, that need to be had. He joins us once again on the phone from Boston. Dr. Galea, nice to have you back with us. I do wonder, both Jason and I do wonder how your thinking has continued to evolve because of what's happened, not only in the past 13 weeks because of the virus, we've talked to you about that, but then what's happened in the past 2 weeks, what we've seen out of Minneapolis.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me always. I think what we're seeing coming out of Minneapolis is an expression of justifiable, entirely understandable anger and frustration with decades and centuries-long injustices. And that, I think, is reflected in the protests we have seen around policing and around systemic racism. Now, when you think about that, one question you might ask, well, what does it have to do with COVID? What does it have to do with the moment we've been living through? But I would argue that these underlying structural forces that divide us on racial, ethnic lines, that divide us on social class lines, also are the story of COVID. COVID was a virus that, early on said, well, the virus affects everybody. Sure it does, but it doesn't affect everybody equally. We know now that the greater burden of COVID infections disproportionately falls on minorities, on people of color. We know that among those who are infected, the greater proportion of death, the greater likelihood of death falls on people of color and people who are socioeconomically marginalized. And that reflects this underlying division that shapes and colors our society. And those are really the same forces that we are now seeing flare up in this anger that emerged, obviously, from the George Floyd killing and the other killings around it. So we do have here commonalities. We have essentially a pandemic, unemployment, civil unrest, all of which is reflecting underlying deep racial and socioeconomic divides.
And so, Dr. Galea, how do we go about solving this structurally from a health perspective? Because all of these things, and I think you've pointed this out to us before, rightly, are all intertwined, whether it's health, education, transportation, housing, all of it is tied together. But just taking health and your specialty and public health specifically, what are the ways that maybe we can be thinking about to start to change the structure of this?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Jason. I think it's a natural question, and I suppose I would invert the question because I do not think you can treat this just as a health problem.
Interesting.
I think that health is ineluctably linked with housing, with fair wages, with gender equity, with clean air, drinkable water, with the way we structure our society overall. And this is why health and social justice are so inextricably intertwined, because there is no solution that focuses only on health. If we focus only on health, what ends up happening is we end up burrowing ever more deeply in spending money on healthcare. And of course, spending money on healthcare, as you know, as the listeners know, is treating disease after people are already sick.
Right.
But of course, people are getting sick to begin with because of these underlying issues. And let's take one concrete example. Let's take the economic collapse that has happened after COVID. We all know this. You talk about it quite a bit in your show. But of course, the economic collapse has been uneven. I mean, 36 million jobs have been lost so far, and 40% were held of the jobs lost were held by people who already had an annual household income of below $40,000. The unemployment rate among whites is 14%, among blacks 17%, among Latinx populations 19%. So what we're seeing here is, even in something like this, which is an economic collapse, which is widespread, which you report correctly has been widespread, is furthering these divides. And these are the social divides that are going to become health divides. So let's take for a second, let's agree that unemployment results in bad health. That's not a controversial statement, right? So I'm telling you unemployment results in bad health. I'm also telling you that unemployment is disproportionate among people who are already poorer than people who are richer. So it doesn't take sort of too many logical steps to realize that means that people who are poorer are going to get sicker, people who are richer are going to get healthier. Now, if we focused on that as a strictly health problem, we are going to be throwing money at healthcare to help fix people who have gotten sick. Well, the reason they got sick to begin with, is because they were already economically marginalized and because they became unemployed in a time of COVID. So when you see it that way, the two are inextricable. And I think a health agenda has to include an economic agenda.
I totally agree. God, we were talking about this a lot over the weekend about what it is to those that are more vulnerable and economically disadvantaged. What do we need to do to really make a difference? We're gonna continue this conversation because I know, Dr. Galea, you have a lot more on this, and I want to probe a little bit more. We're going to continue with Dr. Sandro Galea, Dean and Professor at Boston University School of Public Health, author of Pained, Uncomfortable Conversations about the Public's Health. You know, you do wonder, Jason, right? Like we talk about how they're all so connected, but what's the one thing that is going to change the trajectory for, let's just be quite honest, for Black Americans? What's going to change it? You know, and you can't just keep throwing money at whether it's education or healthcare. We've really got to figure out what makes a big difference.
Yeah, and how do you essentially remake the system? It's not about fixing the system. It really is about rebuilding it in many ways from the ground up. How do you do that in a way that isn't so disruptive that you end up hurting a lot of people in the process? And it's a complicated one for sure. We're going to continue that conversation in just a second. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
Economic optimism continues to fuel Wall Street's rally. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 309, the S&P is up 24, the Nasdaq up 70. New York is taking baby steps as it reopens from its COVID-19 lockdown. Some small retailers are opening their doors, even as bigger ones hold back. The director of retail studies at the Columbia Business School says smaller businesses may feel a more urgent need to reopen. WeWork may abandon its push into communal living as it returns to its co-working roots. Sources say WeWork is in talks to hand over its WeLive location near Washington, D.C., and is considering options for a second location in New York. February marked the end of the record-long U.S. expansion. The National Bureau of Economic Research, which serves as the arbiter of U.S. business cycles, made it official in an online announcement today. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, kids, Dad's gonna teach you how to dance. First, spread your feet apart. Then, pump your knee, nod your head, shake your hips, and bite your lip ever so slightly. Now, with one hand in the air, point at people with the other hand. I call that the rock star.
Dance like a dad. It's a great way to make a moment with your kids.
Now, make a face like it just smells something bad.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. COVID-19.
You know that feeling when you get more than you expected? Like discovering that the box of chocolates has a whole other layer underneath? Or scoring extra poppadoms with your takeaway? Or joining Tesco Mobile and finding out you get the latest phones and 99% UK network coverage? Yeah, that moment. Feels good, right? Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
99% 4G population coverage indoors and outdoors across UK.
There's a reason flash storage is called flash storage and not electronic non-volatile computer memory storage. From quick and efficient data retrieval to instant scalability, everything about IBM flash storage is fast. It's also cloud-ready and surprisingly affordable, with a recommended monthly price of £310 for 24 terabytes of all flash. Order by the 30th of June and pay nothing for 90 days. Find out more at ibm.biz/flash offer.
With the NHL season temporarily on ice, now is a good time to catch up on past games.
It's that score, Malkin again! Bergeron, he scores!
With game replay on TuneIn, you can listen to every power play, slap shot, and goal of the 2019-2020 season so far.
Suter to Connor to Fiala, he scores!
And for a limited time, it's free for hockey fans everywhere. Search classic game replays to start listening.
Want to relive the glory of college football?
Pulls over a man, into the end zone.
Come explore TuneIn's classic game replay collection to hear ESPN's complete coverage of the 2019 New Year's 6 bowl games. Don't miss your chance to re-experience the Rose Bowl, the 2020 National Championship, featuring Clemson and LSU.
There are going to be 2 champions on the field tomorrow night. There's going to be one team hold up the trophy.
10, plays to the 5, touchdown!
Search classic game replays to listen for free.
Did you know that with TuneIn's local radio feature, you can stream live FM and AM stations broadcasting in your area? Discover local news, talk, and music stations. Navigate to the local radio section under Browse to listen locally on TuneIn.
Hey, y'all, we're taking the Marty Party to a whole new level with the Marty Smith's America podcast with Gerald McCoy.
I truly believe that Carolina made a mistake letting Cam go. This is not a personal shot at Teddy Bridgewater. This could have been Andy Dalton. This could have been whoever they brought in. Cam has so much left. Somebody's really getting a great one, man. And I don't think people really understand what they're getting.
Search Marty Smith America to listen.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Looking for your daily fix of NFL news and analysis?
In that. So we had to blow it up and do Super Bowl predictions instead.
Look no further than the Pick 6 podcast, where CBS sports writer Will Brinson gets you up to speed with what's trending in the NFL that day, so that you're always in the know.
Yeah, it's pretty revealing of Brinson's methodology for predictions. When he gets mad at people for predicting good teams are going to win the Super Bowl or good players are going to win major awards. That's how you wind up.
Search Pick 6 on TuneIn to listen.
Are you fully informed on the NBA? On the NBA Hangtime podcast, veteran sports writers Sekou Smith and John Schumann analyze the latest NBA news, storylines, and discussions with guests from around the basketball universe.
Isaiah Thomas joined us here on the Hangtime podcast. Isaiah, good morning.
Everybody's doing well. As you know, my daughter tested positive.
Search NBA Hangtime on TuneIn to listen.
Live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, coming up, we're going to continue our conversation with Dr. Sandro Galea up at Boston University. Very timely and someone that really has some nice prescriptions for where we might want to go from here. See what I did there?
Yeah, very nicely done. Yeah, I want to know about specific steps, too, because I want to figure out, we've all talked about this a lot, but I want to see what he thinks is one of those first steps to make a difference. All right, let's get back to your top business stories and an update on that rally. Here is once again Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. 15-week high. Speaking of prescriptions, two drug makers behind the industry's most prominent responses to the COVID-19 pandemic are looking into the possibility of a combined future as economies emerge from lockdowns. Sources tell Bloomberg London-based AstraZeneca, co-developer of one of the fastest-moving experimental coronavirus vaccines, has made a preliminary approach to Gilead Sciences, maker of the only American-approved treatment. If they decide to pursue a merger, it would rank as the biggest deal ever in the sector. As for shares of both companies, they are trading mixed right now. AstraZeneca down 2.2%. Gilead is up by 0.7%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all rallying today as economies begin to reopen, specifically New York. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 298 points, up 1.1%. S&P is up 23, up 0.7. NASDAQ up 72. That is a gain there of 0.7%. 10-year up 9/30 seconds, looking at a yield right now of 0.86%. Gold up 0.8%. $16.99 the ounce, and a 3.5% drop today in West Texas Intermediate crude, now at $38.17 a barrel, down by 1.4%. A major area of concern for health professionals monitoring the spread of coronavirus has been massive demonstrations across the country in recent days. Dr. Joshua Sharfstein is Vice Dean at the Bloomberg Johns Hopkins School of Public Health.
I'm just saying generally that, okay, we're now moving past coronavirus, but we can't move past coronavirus because the virus is still there and still has the same logic that it always had. So whether we're, protesting, which I think people are protesting the right things, it's incredibly important, or whether we're doing other things, whatever it is, we have to have the coronavirus in mind to keep it as safe as possible.
Sources tell Bloomberg Occidental Petroleum is reviewing options for its Middle Eastern assets as it seeks ways to reduce its debt pile. Stock is now at a 3-month high. Shares of Occidental Petroleum up today by roughly 18%. Again, recapping equities surging. S&P up 24, a gain there of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks for the update. Our guest at this hour is Dr. Sandro Galea. He is Dean and Professor at Boston University School of Public Health, author of Pained, Uncomfortable Conversations about the Public's Health. Dr. Galea, one thing I want to ask you, since we know so much is interconnected in terms of really determining what kind of life an individual in America has. So what do you think is the most important, difficult conversation that we have to have at this point? Is it overhousing? Is it transportation? Is it wages? Is it taxation? Is it health? What's the one that we need to have to kind of make a difference to the less fortunate populations? And specifically, since we've talked about it a lot over the last couple of weeks, and certainly the last 13 weeks, the black population.
Yeah, Carl, I think that's a terrific question, and one I'm asked all the time. And is it a conversation about making sure everybody has access to quality early childhood education? Is it a conversation about fair wages and increasing the minimum wage? Is it a conversation about affordable housing, about ensuring that everybody has food, about narrowing wealth gaps, about reducing violence in marginalized groups, LGBT groups? And the answer is, I don't think that any of these are important than others. I actually think the hardest conversation is the one we're having now, which is to say that all of these conversations are important. Which of these conversations become policy solutions depends as much on the conversation as it does on the pragmatics of the moment as to on what is possible in what jurisdiction. So as far as I'm concerned, if there is one thing that we should do, it's to change the conversation and to say that all of these are forces that we should discuss in the same breath as we discuss health. And when you think about COVID, and I ask myself, what shall we look back on COVID in 10 years' time? What's the conversation that we should remember? What I'd like us to remember is that COVID taught us that you cannot have a healthy country without better education, transportation, wages, housing, food, narrowing wealth gaps, reducing violence, better integration of marginalized groups, because all of those forces we have seen play out in creating the COVID pandemic that we've lived through. So if we learn from that, we will tackle them and tackle them now.
And, I do wonder, Dr. Galea, part of this is educating maybe the next generation, whether it's the next generation of doctors or just the next generation writ large, in sort of a different way, or to think in a different way. And that seems to be coming up repeatedly. And I think many of us are buoyed by the fact that a lot of the people protesting peacefully are of many different races and colors and backgrounds. I do wonder what the conversations are that you're having with your students and how they might be different from a previous generation.
Yeah, I like you, I'm buoyed by thinking about the next generation. One of the privileges of being a dean of a school is I'm surrounded by the next generation. All of these conversations are happening with our students, but perhaps most importantly, our students are leading these conversations, because I actually think that the generation that is up and coming, that will be in charge of the world in the next 20 years, has some pretty interesting ideas. And I don't think all of those ideas work. I think some I agree with, some I disagree with. But I think it's a tremendously important moment in time to allow ideas to find space, so that we can which sift forward, which ones we can adopt, and to use, I think, something Carol said before the break, how we can make sure we actually implement the transformations we need to implement and making sure that people are not hurt in the process. And that of course is critical. So I've been enjoying listening and learning from the ideas emerging from the next generation. And of course, it's immensely hopeful to think that some of these concepts that the three of us are discussing, they're sort of second nature to the generation that's up and coming. And that will make the world a better place.
I was thinking about, I know, Jason, you do this at your home with your teenagers and my teenager too. Like, the way they talk about this and approach it gives me hope, I have to say, in terms of the possibility of making a difference and looking at it in a different way. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandro Galea. He is Dean and Professor at Boston University School of Public Health, author of Pained Uncomfortable Conversations about the Public's Health. And he's so patient, because every time I say his name, I seem to just mess it up. And he's just such a gem.
New in different ways.
I know. I feel so terrible, because he's one of my favorite voices to talk to, because I feel like he looks at the world. It's not just healthcare, but it's taking everything into account, and how do you make a difference?
Maybe in all of our show calls, we'll just say, all right, let's say it again, Sandro Galea.
Sandro Galea.
I think it's Sandro Galea.
Sandro Galea. I know. I don't know what it is.
Just got some work to do. Listen. Don't we all have work to do? We all have work to do. All right, let's get back to Nancy Lyons now. She's got world and national headlines down in the nation's capital. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Jason. A judge has set bail of $1 million for the Minneapolis police officer charged with second-degree murder in George Floyd's death. Derek Chauvin said almost nothing during the 11-minute hearing in which he appeared on closed-circuit television from the state's maximum security prison. Well, hundreds of mourners are waiting to pay their respects to George Floyd in Houston. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is among those attending today's final public viewing.
Today is a sad day. Ever since his death has been a sad day.
Floyd's funeral will be held tomorrow in Houston. New York, the hardest hit U.S. city in the coronavirus pandemic, is slowly reopening. It's day one, and subway and bus service is ramping back up. MTA CEO Pat Foy tells Bloomberg all riders, though, do need to wear a mask.
We got 1 million masks donated by the state and the city each. We've got MTA employees and volunteers from both the state and the city and the MTA helping distribute those masks. So the most important action that can be taken by our customers is wearing masks. We're going to monitor it and report it going forward.
So far, compliance is at 92%. Stores previously deemed non-essential are now doing delivery and curbside pickup, though customers cannot yet browse inside. Construction, manufacturing, and wholesalers have also received the go-ahead. Philadelphia officials say they're seeing a spread of coronavirus cases from recent Jersey Shore beach parties held at beach homes. Bucks County officials say 12 cases have been traced to one resident who went to those gatherings. The county's health director says it's a reminder you should not let your guard down at the beach. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, Noel Spiegel, former senior partner with Deloitte & Touche and past JCF president, discusses the advantages of a donor-advised fund over a private foundation.
There's a lot involved in having a private foundation. You need to engage attorneys, you need to engage accountants, file tax returns. At JCF, all of that is done for you. You don't have to get involved in anything other than making your contribution to your fund and then determining which grants that you want to make.
A JCF fund may be opened with a minimum $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to or together with a private foundation.
If you have a foundation, you have to list all of the contributions that you made. Potentially anybody, because the information is public, can find out exactly which organizations a foundation has made charitable contributions to.
Let JCF simplify your philanthropy and protect your privacy. Learn more about JCF's private client group at jcfny.org.
If knowledge is power.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
The force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. You have that power too.
For the first time ever, stream the complete Skywalker saga, all in one place. 9 incredible films, 1 epic story, only on Disney+. The Force will be with you, always. The Skywalker Saga on Disney+, now streaming. 18+ subscription required. T's and C's apply.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast, Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
Let's be honest, we all spend too much of our day on social media. But at least you can spend your endless scroll time to discover new things on TuneIn. Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to always be in the know about the best new stuff streaming in the app. From breaking news stories and live sporting events.
He does! Fabry wins it!
To standout stations and podcasts. Stay in touch with TuneIn.
Want to relive the glory of college football?
Balls over a man, into the end zone.
Come explore TuneIn's classic game replay collection to hear ESPN's complete coverage of the 2019 New Year's 6 bowl games. Don't miss your chance to re-experience the Rose Bowl, the 2020 National Championship, featuring Clemson and LSU.
There's going to be 2 champions on the field tomorrow night. There's going to be 1 team hold up the trophy.
10, rise to the 5, touchdown! Search classic game replays to listen for free.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Wanna bet football can make you feel nostalgic?
Playing days are over, so...
On the podcast, NFL Alumni Lounge, Charlie Booth sits down with retired NFL legends to talk about their careers, life after football, and everything in between.
This is Darren Waller. Good to have you.
Yes, sir. It's good to be here.
Dana White, welcome to the Alumni Lounge.
Thanks for having me, brother.
Big member of our NFL alumni family, the CEO of the XFL, Mr. Oliver Luck.
Charlie, good to see you. Thanks for having me.
We're here with the president, Mr. Eric Price. Good to see you.
Search NFL Alumni Lounge on TuneIn to listen.
4 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 15-week high for the S&P 500 index. The dollar fell as easing lockdowns bolstered economic optimism. The S&P 500 index close to the best level of the day right now, up 24 points, up 0.8%. The Dow is up 320, up 1.2%. NASDAQ is up 72. That is a gain of 0.7%. 10-year up 6/32, yield 0.87%. Gold up 0.8%, 16.98 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.3%, 38.25 a barrel. Apollo Global's Josh Harris and Blackstone's David Blitzer are exploring a possible acquisition of the Mets. This according to Variety, citing people familiar with the matter. Again, recapping, equities rallying, 15-week high on the S&P, up 25 right now at 32.19, up 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser here with you on a Monday afternoon. And, you know, one of the issues that we have been looking at so closely, Carol, is... what happens next and how we got here. And this story from the magazine last week, I think, is a really important, and I'm really glad Joel Weber and I were talking about this earlier, that we're getting a chance to talk about it. Claire Sudduth wrote it, and the story has a very simple headline. America's safety net is failing its workers. Claire joins us on the phone from Brooklyn. Joel Weber is also with us, the aforementioned Joel Weber. He is the editor, of course, of Bloomberg Business Week. So, Joel, help us understand how this fits into what was clearly a broader theme in the magazine, in the most recent issue of the magazine.
So Claire actually started working on this story basically right at the very beginning of the pandemic. And I think she really she's just like one of the most gifted storytellers I think we have. And really, I think she was like a laser on putting the spotlight on workers. And one after the next that she talked to, she was just getting amazing stuff about them basically realizing how there was no more safety net in this country because it's basically just been eroded over time. So when something like the pandemic hits, everything is overwhelmed, and as a result, the labor market just goes upside down. And frankly, even despite Friday being what those numbers were, it still feels like we still don't understand entirely what's going on. And I think Claire's reporting to me of everything I've read so far was the one that just made me really understand it on a more human level. Claire, how did you find these people, and what did you hear from them?
That is a great question. I found them a number of ways. Part of this whole story, given the pandemic, had to be reported remotely. So normally I try to go out and talk to people, but here I basically utilize the internet. I put out a call on pretty much all social media that I could. And then I also just reached out to random small business owners. I read something small in the paper about Cheesecake Factory employees being furloughed and that they had formed this Facebook group. So I talked my way into the Facebook group and ended up talking to all these Cheesecake Factory employees. So there's an anecdote about them in there. And it was just a lot of, I would refer to it as on-the-ground reporting, except it's more like on the internet reporting.
On the Zoom reporting.
Yeah. And I tried to talk to people all over the country. So there are people from, Virginia to Chicago to California to Montana to New Mexico to Texas in the story to paint a pretty wide picture of what it looks like across America as a whole.
What did you learn?
I learned, I started reporting this before the CARES Act passed. So the thing that struck me first as people were getting laid off during the shutdown, the initial couple first weeks in March, was that given the past work that I have done on stuff similar to this, I just knew that there wasn't anything available for a lot of people, and many people have extreme debt, or their health care is tied to their jobs, or they don't have health care at all. And so I wanted to see what this looks like when you suddenly are laid off of work with no opportunity really to get another job. I think what was different with this pandemic is if you're laid off in a recession, it sucks and it's terrible, but you can look for other jobs. But if you're a restaurant worker and your restaurant closes, you can't go to another restaurant. So you had to sit tight. And so I watched as these people went from having no safety net whatsoever. The very first people in this story happened to be working. They were freelance workers, and they happened to be working the first sporting event in the U.S. that was shut down on March 8th. And they had nothing. They had they paid for their own health insurance. They didn't have any unemployment. They didn't qualify. The CARES Act later changed that, but it took them a month plus to actually get through the unemployment system, which is it has its own issues. And so I started talking to them before they could even apply for unemployment and thought that they had to do this all on their own. And then this act gets passed, and then they feel better, and then it turns out that they have to wait for their unemployment, and then it's not what they thought it was going to be. One of them didn't even get anything until just a couple weeks ago, and they had been laid off since March. So that's basically the story of why we didn't have this set up in the first place, and then what a cluster mess it is to try to build a safety net in the middle of a pandemic.
Right. Well, first of all, I love that you tell the personal stories, because I feel like sometimes we talk from that big perspective, the big broad numbers, but when you really hear about, the struggles that so many Americans are going through as a result of this, it's really very telling. The thing is, what's interesting, Claire, too, about your story is the destruction of the middle class, right? We see people pointing like, you've got to have a safety net. But how can you have a safety net when we've really destroyed, I feel like, that opportunity for so many Americans?
Yeah, I talk to people in all different levels of what I would, I guess, refer to as, economic and financial security. And, there's a woman in the story who was a senior marketing manager at Airbnb. Like, she made good money. She worked for a big company. She's getting severance through July. But the thing is that she lives in the Bay Area, and she had I think it was about $45,000 in personal debt. And she can't afford to stay in the Bay Area if she can't find another job. And she's not sure that she's going to be able to do that before her severance ends, which is, she has like maybe a month to go before, and she doesn't have a job. And so her option is essentially, she's 40 years old and she's originally from New Jersey. And so she said, I'm just going to move home to New Jersey and live with my mom. And this is a woman who's, well advanced in her career, is doing well in all other respects, but just the nature of life and how expensive it is, the middle class. I talked to several economists who study this and study wealth disparity, and one of the things Edward Wolf at NYU mentioned that he's been studying this for so long. In the 1980s, your average middle class family had enough financial reserves and savings to get through 2 to 3 months of just sort of normal consumption if they hold tight, if they lose their jobs. And now it's a little bit over a week, which is nothing.
Yeah, that's really remarkable. Yeah. Well, it is a must-read for sure. It was one of the most read when it published last week, and certainly this whole issue of the magazine is one to really sit with and kind of take it in, because I think we all need that gut check and that reality check about what the statistics, the data, and the personal stories, and you pointed that out, Carol, really show.
But I also think of the conversation we had with Dr. Galea, right, about all of this so interconnected, right? And we've got to, if we're going to solve some of these problems, folks, we have to look at all of it. Education, housing, wages, so much. So our thanks to Claire Sedeth. Check out that story in the magazine. And of course, our thanks always to Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber.
All right. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week is going to continue right here. Stephen Skanke coming up with us. He worked in the Treasury. He's going to help us understand everything that's going on when it comes to jobs, and look forward to the Fed. You're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
At the start of every day,
this is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Dear Dad, happy Father's Day. You are my rock, my go-to guy. Whenever I call, you're happy just to listen. You've always been there for me, by my side. I don't know how you put up with my people playing all those years. Hang on, kiddo. I'll listen in a sec. I miss you. See you soon. Love you lots, Luce. This Father's Day, send love straight to Dad's door with moonpig.com. Download the app today.
Want to relive the glory of college football?
Pulls over a man into the end zone.
Come explore TuneIn's classic game replay collection to hear ESPN's complete coverage of the 2019 New Year's 6 bowl games. Don't miss your chance to re-experience the Rose Bowl, the 2020 National Championship, featuring Clemson and LSU.
There are going to be 2 champions on the field tomorrow night. There's going to be 1 team hold up the trophy.
Plays to the 5. Touchdown!
Search classic game replays to listen for free.
You love TuneIn for live-breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
With the NHL season temporarily on ice, now is a good time to catch up on past games. With Game Replay on TuneIn, you can hear every matchup of the 2019-2020 season so far. And for a limited time, it's free for hockey fans everywhere. Search Classic Game Replays to start listening.
Looking to freshen up your listening on TuneIn? Head to the homepage to discover something new. There you'll see custom recommendations based on your listening habits, along with new episodes of shows you've enjoyed in the past. Uncover your next audio obsession on the homepage.
Wanna bet football can make you feel nostalgic?
Playing days are over, so...
On the podcast, NFL Alumni Lounge, Charlie Booth sits down with retired NFL legends to talk about their careers, life after football, and everything in between.
Mr. Darren Waller, good to have you.
Yes, sir. It's good to be here.
Dana White, welcome to the Alumni Lounge.
Thanks for having me, brother.
Big member of our NFL alumni family, the CEO of the XFL, Mr. Oliver Luck.
Charlie, good to see you. Thanks for having me.
We're here with the president, Mr. Eric Price. Good to see you.
Search NFL Alumni Lounge on TuneIn to listen.
4 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging, building on Friday's gains. 15-week high right now for the S&P 500 index at 3220, up 26 points, up by 0.8%. Big question, where will we close, and will we remain flat for the year? Right now, the S&P is down so far this year by 0.3%. NASDAQ is up by 10.3%, while the Dow in the year-to-date column is down 3.9%. 10-year up 4/32 with a yield of 0.88%. Gold up 0.8%, $16.99 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.5%, $38.19 a barrel. It is official. The record-long U.S. expansion ended in February, according to NBER. That's the academic panel that serves as the arbiter of America's business cycles, putting an official date on the start of the coronavirus-induced recession. Now, what about the economic outlook for the rest of the year? John Sylvia is the founder of Dynamic Economic Strategy.
It was much more than the virus. It was the shutdown in America that really led to such significant job losses. I suspect that, yes, I revised up my numbers. I'm looking for a still 7% unemployment rate by the end of 2021. So we got a long way to go here, and it's definitely not a V-shaped recovery for workers.
The UK is pressing ahead with a 2-week quarantine on international arrivals, a move British Airways and others say will wipe out tourism over the crucial summer season and destroy any chance of a quick recovery from the virus-induced slump. Airline stocks, for the most part, are trading higher today. The ADRs of IAG are up 4.8%. As for some of the U.S. stocks, U.S. airline stocks, the big four, UAL up 10%, American Airlines Group up 6.9%, Delta up 6.2%, Southwest up by 4.6%. Again, recapping equities higher, S&P up 26, up 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. It is Monday. I'm Carol Masser along with my co-host Jason Kelly. So, Jason,
we call you Kermit the Frog.
It is so true.
So wavy.
My family has another description of it too here at home, but we'll talk about that later. Jason, let's not forget we've got a Fed meeting this Wednesday, yes. So it's going to be very interesting if you think about Friday's jobs report. I'm so curious what the Fed has to say in today's Business Week Economics. I'm so delighted to have back with us Stephen Skanke. He's Chief Economic Advisor at Keel Point, former U.S. Treasury, former U.S. Treasury and White House National Security Council staff member. It's terrible when I can't even read my own notes. Based in Washington, D.C., he's on the phone in the nation's capital. Stephen, so great to have you back with us. So much going on as well. And I do wonder, first of all, how is your world?
Well, thanks, Carol. Always great to be with you and Jason. Our world is increasingly complicated just because there's so much going on all the time. But I'd say generally, well, we feel good about what we're seeing and about how markets are responding. Some of it is a little bit hard to fathom when markets are up on days that we have negative news. Mm-hmm. But clearly, they've learned to look forward to what's coming and not what's in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of remarkable to see this and to continue to try and synthesize sort of Wall Street, Main Street data, market sentiment, and all that. So, Stephen, if you're sitting at the Fed, sitting around that Zoom meeting with, which I assume is how they're doing everything, like we all are, with Jay Powell, what's the tone of the meeting? What are you looking at more acutely or more specifically, and how does the conversation go?
They certainly have to be happy with how things are developing and what they've done already, which was proactive, preemptive, and done very effectively. They've got to be very satisfied with that, notwithstanding the other things that are going on in the economy and in public health. But they've really done their part, and they've done it well. So as they see where they've made sure that there's enough liquidity, they've backstopped critical credit markets, they've done what they can on easing monetary policy and buying longer-term assets. And so now it's to figure out where the fine-tuning has to happen. So far of their 11 emergency credit facilities, they've only implemented 3 of them. It looks like they're getting ready to roll out Main Street lending, which can have a huge impact. Its potential is up to $850 billion, and that'll be significant when that gets rolling. So they're looking at what needs to be done next and what fine-tuning needs to be done with what they've done already.
So fine-tuning, what I'm curious, and you understand, Steve, how it all works, right? Having, worked at the Treasury, you understand the workings of all of this. How does something like the last 2 weeks fit into potentially a Fed discussion? I bring it up because Alan Greenspan used to talk a lot about the broader society and inequalities and so on and so forth, and just kind of looking at things. So I just do wonder, does the Fed think about policy and how it either helps or hurts kind of some of the gaps that are in our society?
They think about it a lot and pay good attention to it. The Fed is the one that generates income and wealth disparity numbers to make sure that it's well distributed publicly and that policymakers are aware of it. And they do it in a very apolitical, almost academic way. So the data is trustworthy, it's transparent, it's widely circulated, they talk about it. Nothing is sort of kept in the background. And because it comes from the Fed, it's right there with the highest level of credibility. Jay Powell has also been very proactive, as you've probably heard him say, being out in town meetings and meeting with minority communities and those parts of our society that have not done as well over time as some of the others. And they were very pleased to see historic progress made in income levels with some of the historically less privileged minority areas, and of course one of the tragedies among many within the minority communities right now is that a lot of that is rolling back, because of course that's where many of the joblessness numbers have come from first.
So, Stephen, before we let you go, I just got to ask you, because we are thinking so much about reopening, even cautiously here in the tri-state area in New York City, specifically, what's the most important data to look at when it comes to reopening, even from a national or a regional perspective, in your estimation?
Probably the most important data to keep an eye on is the public health data. Because at the end of the day, individuals will only be comfortable going back to work and being fully productive and being out as active consumers again if they feel safe. If they believe that the government, society, workplace, our state and local governments in particular are paying attention to the environment in which they work and shop, that personal protective equipment is available, that testing and contact tracing is being done efficiently. And of course, everyone is paying attention to the latest news on vaccines and therapeutics, and that's been a big market driver over the last month. So we are paying attention to what's happening in the public health area and believe that that'll be the principal driver ultimately for how quickly the recovery happens.
Right, the ultimate oversight, right, in our expectations about it and what we kind of expect our leaders in society to take care of us. Stephen, always thoughtful and really appreciate your time. Steve Skanke, Chief Economic Advisor at Keel Point, former U.S. Treasury and White House National Security Council staff member, joining us, Jason, once again on the phone from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, good to catch up with him as always. Very timely, to say the least. Speaking of Washington, D.C., let's stay there. Nancy Lyons there with some world and national headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. Well, bail has been set at $1 million to $1.25 million for the white former Minneapolis police officer charged with murdering George Floyd. Derek Chauvin has been charged with second-degree murder. He said very little during today's closed-circuit court appearance. Congressional Democrats are moving to reform the nation's police departments in light of recent protests following Floyd's death. House and Senate Democrats held a moment of silence in the Capitol today before releasing their legislative package as a tribute to Floyd and others killed while in police custody. Senator Chuck Schumer says it's time to approve reforms.
We are taking the first of many steps, many necessary steps, to respond to this national pain with bold action.
The bill would remove barriers of prosecuting police misconduct. It would demilitarize police by limiting the transfer of military weaponry to state and local police departments, and would also combat police brutality by requiring body and dashboard cameras. It's possible your blood type could play a role in whether you get sick from coronavirus. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager takes a look.
The genetic testing giant 23andMe has been digging into its vast trove of DNA profiles to shed some light on why some people get sick from COVID-19 and others don't. Preliminary results from more than 750,000 participants suggest type O blood is especially protective against the virus. Several other studies looking at both severity of illness and susceptibility to disease have also suggested blood type plays a role. Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
When you follow the facts,
Bloomberg's been reporting on this intelligence community report.
When you seek out the experts,
the investment banks that Bloomberg speak to also want some relief.
No matter what else is happening,
it's been pretty hard to read the signals.
At least you know what's real.
The economic fallout from the virus risks becoming entrenched.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
How long? How much? How many? Financial, policy, and medical experts are working on answers 24/7.
What about public debt?
We are listening to those experts 24/7.
Is the Fed effectively widening this wealth gap with its programs?
Because you want answers too.
What's the most important? The trillions in stimulus, the economy's reopening, or the infections curve bending?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and
You know that feeling when you get more than you expected? Like discovering that the box of chocolates has a whole other layer underneath? Or scoring extra poppadoms with your takeaway? Or joining Tesco Mobile and finding out you get the latest phones and 99% UK network coverage? Yeah, that moment feels good, right? Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
99% 4G population coverage indoors and outdoors across UK.
If you can build that flat-pack wardrobe without looking at the instructions, you've still got it. If you can manage 5 keepy-uppies on your first go, you've without question still got it. If you can toss a pancake to the ceiling and not let it hit the floor, surely you've still got it. And if you can just about fit into those jeans you bought 5 years ago, you've definitely still got it. Brute, still got it.
Where will 2020 take you? Somewhere where people care about each other, about our planet, about creating a better world for everyone, and becoming the best versions of yourselves. Join a community of like-minded individuals at the University of Winchester. Make sure to accept your offer by the UCAS deadline and visit our website to find out more. See the bigger picture. Be the difference. Go to winchester.ac.uk.
Hi, I'm Dan from NatWest Manchester branch. We know life's hard right now, but if coronavirus has affected your finances, we're doing our best to make things easier. If you're a personal customer, you can request a 3-month payment break if you're struggling with your mortgage, loan or credit card. Or if you need help with an existing arranged overdraft, you could get £500 interest-free for 3 months. Remember, every one of us is here to support you. There are lots of ways we could help. Search NatWest Coronavirus.
Eligibility and conditions apply to payment breaks. Overdraft up to your agreed limit if lower than £500.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
With the NHL season temporarily on ice, now is a good time to catch up on past games.
Bergeron, he scores!
With game replay on TuneIn, you can listen to every power play, slap shot, and goal of the 2019-2020 season so far.
Suter to Cunnin to Fiala, he scores!
And for a limited time, it's free for hockey fans everywhere. Search classic game replays to start listening.
Wondering what to play next? Want to know what other TuneIn listeners are listening to right now? Head to the trending section under Browse to explore the most popular stations and podcasts on TuneIn today. Millions of listeners like you can't be wrong.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game. From rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are surging 43 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Look at that 15-week high right now on the S&P 500 index. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks in the green again today amid gains in energy and the airlines. Dow's currently up 302 points. S&P's gained 23. NASDAQ climbs by 71. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.88%. WTI crude futures are down 3.5%. Gold is up 15, and transports jump 128 points. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Boeing and Dow Inc., while Intel and 3M led to the downside. On the IPO front, Lemonade filed for an IPO, and in deal news, CNBC reported that Tiffany is not open to renegotiating their deal terms with LVMH. In other news, Dunkin' Brands plans to hire 25,000 workers, and wrapping things up, Casey's General Stores reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, I thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg Type Squawk SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, now, as we try to do most weeks, sometimes multiple times a week, because we just need his insights that much, let's turn to Andy Brown, Bloomberg New Economy editorial director. He's got a provocative column, maybe not so provocative these days, given everything and how everything is upside down. Another lost decade is coming. Andy joins us on the phone from New Hampshire. All right, break it down for us, AB. What are you saying?
Yeah, so we've, the epicenter of the coronavirus is now shifted to Latin America. And so the new economy, we're really focused now on what is going to be the fallout on the world's developing countries. And, what we're seeing is the good news, if you can talk about good news in an epidemic, maybe it's best to say the less bad news is that the most dire predictions of economists and epidemiologists about the impact that this was going to have on the developing world just hasn't actually come to pass. And that's particularly true in Africa, where the United Nations just a few weeks ago was talking about potentially more than 1 billion infections and more than 3 million deaths and multiple famines of biblical proportions and really sort of creating these end-of-the-world scenarios, and that hasn't happened. It's also, right now, Africa, according to Johns Hopkins University, which is, of course, some of the most reliable data that we have, there's only been 150,000 infections in the whole of Africa. Of course, that's lowballing the total because Africa hasn't had widespread testing. The other sort of piece of good news, I guess, is that it's actually emerging economies that are leading the global economic recovery, and the countries that are performing best are the ones that have been most competent at dealing with COVID-19, and that's been by and large countries in East Asia, led by China, South Korea, and Taiwan, which was, of course, an exemplar. So that's kind of on the positive side, in a sense, of the balance. The bad news is that this epidemic is going to dramatically widen global inequality. The rich countries of the world have been able to, spend literally trillions of dollars on stimulus, plugging income gaps for workers, plugging revenue shortfalls for companies, and countries in Latin America and Africa simply haven't been able to do that. And to the extent that they can borrow now to support their economies, they're having to do it at higher interest rates. So now they have this additional burden of debt, on top of plunging currencies, on top of failing trade, and that's not before we even get into sort of these other issues around long-term issues of climate change. So the net outcome is that you're going to have a much deeper divide in the global economy between the haves and the have-nots, and then even between emerging economies, between those in Africa, Latin America, and then the economies of East Asia, of course, which are going to come out of this pretty well. So you are really knocking back development in large parts of the world by many, many years.
Well, this is, Andy, what I love about your story, it's like if you were scientists and you were looking at a cell and you keep going through, smaller and smaller layers. And I feel like that's what you do in terms of the virus's impact on the world, right? Differences among developed nations, then you have developed versus developing. And then the more you break it down, there's differences even in the developing markets. You, though, go as far to say another lost decade is coming for emerging markets. How do you anticipate that might play out then?
Well, if you look, we had a Bloomberg story today by our Bloomberg's economics team. They're talking about the Brazilian economy shrinking by 6% this year. Some of the other major economies in Latin America, Peru, Mexico, are predicted to shrink by similar amounts. So you could say, actually, right off the bat, we've got a decade of lost growth there. But for many of these countries, they don't have the resources to invest in social infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, everybody's talking about, the necessity of investing in the digital economy coming out of this. That this is going to be, an area where all countries are going to have to, pour their resources. Well, Latin America, Africa just doesn't have the countries. They don't have the capacity to do that. So hence this, there are some people like Dambisa Moyo. She was on our New Economy conversation series the other day. She says what we need for Africa is a Marshall Plan. They're not going to be able to dig their way out of this on their own. They need massive infusions of capital, from the United States, from Europe, just as you had this U.S. effort to rebuild Europe after the World War II.
It's another thoughtful piece, and you also do wonder about, where we need China maybe in all of this. They've spent so much money on the emerging areas before in terms of tapping resources, but then also providing money for those areas. So you do wonder where they should, what their role should be going forward. Another provocative piece and thoughtful piece by Andy Brown, editorial director. Andy, thank you, of Bloomberg New Economy, on the phone from New Hampshire.
Yeah, always good to catch up with him. Yeah. And as you said, sort of peeling back the onion in many ways, because this is a global story, but an interconnected global story in a lot of ways. Coming up, Dave Wilson's chart of the day and his song of the day to kick off this week. Always look forward to hearing from Mr. Wilson. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The reopening of the U.S. economy is extending Wall Street's rally. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 303. The S&P is up 23. The Nasdaq up 71. The COVID-19 pandemic has devastated black-owned businesses. The National Bureau of Economic Research finds a 41% drop in the number of black-owned business owners from February to April. Immigrant business owners also fared poorly. Dunkin' Donuts needs more people. It's looking to rehire about 25,000 people, launching its first ever ad blitz focused on hiring. Dunkin' is also partnering with Southern New Hampshire University to offer employees an online college education. Apple is making it easier to buy that new iPad or Mac you've had your eye on. It's extending a 12-month interest-free offer on iPhones to include some other devices. You have to make your purchase on the Apple Card to get the perk. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
When you went car shopping, you meant business. You aced vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg and Eaton Vance are proud to present a Boston Pop salute to our heroes. This Independence Day, the fireworks won't take place, but the orchestra's 4th of July tradition will continue. The program will feature guest artists and new music paying tribute to the heroes of the current health crisis and honoring the memories of those we have lost. Watch and listen July 4th starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Bloomberg Television and right here on Bloomberg Radio. You're living in a world built on science.
If you can build that flat-pack wardrobe without looking at the instructions, you've still got it. If you can manage 5 keepy uppies on your first go, you've without question still got it. If you can toss a pancake to the ceiling and not let it hit the floor, surely you've still got it. And if you can just about fit into those jeans you bought 5 years ago, you've definitely still got it. Brute, still got it.
This is a message from the government about the emergency measures to support the economy during the period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you, your business, and your workers affected, you can apply for cash grants, business rate holidays, statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the coronavirus job retention and self-employment income support schemes. For information, go to gov.uk/business-support now.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Ready for a one-of-a-kind look at the NFL? On the PFF NFL podcast, Steve Palazzolo and Sam Munson interpret the unique stats of Pro Football Focus to analyze the league, uncover secret superstars, and discuss which teams to watch out for in the next Super Bowl.
Let's talk some football. Let's do it, Steve. All sorts of stuff. We're going to do most improved defenses around the NFL. Solomon Wilcots, our very own. He went into some detail over at PFF.com. Most improved defenses around the NFL.
Search PFF NFL on TuneIn to listen.
It's Tune In Sports on this day. On this day in 1969, MLB legend Mickey Mantle gives his farewell retirement speech during Mickey Mantle Day at Yankee Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Mayor Lindsay has proclaimed today, Sunday, June 8th, 1969, Mickey Mantle Day in New York City.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
Kill O'Neal. You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk all the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
The Right Time with Bomani Jones.
While he was gone, Al had some kind of vote to make him the managing. You remember he used to come up all the time in the Raiders game that he was the managing general partner. By the way, don't forget, there was a lot going on in Munich. But you know how tired that man was to come back and find out that Al Davis had strong-armed his team from him while he was gone?
Search The Right Time with Bomani Jones to listen.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast, Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, Dave Wilson. He's going to be along again with his chart of the day. Interested to see what he has in store for us.
You didn't peek?
I didn't actually. I kind of like to be surprised in that.
Okay, surprise. Okay, we'll find out in just a moment.
Surprise, it's Dave Wilson.
All right, let's get back to your top business stories and a check on the markets. Charlie Pella, 29 minutes to go.
Indeed, minutes to go until we get Dave Wilson's song. Day better be Rocket Man. That's what the stock market's doing. But first, this headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Federal Reserve expanding its Main Street program to lend to smaller companies. The Fed says banks, quote, can register soon and will open shortly afterwards. Taylor Brands, the owner of the Men's Warehouse and Joseph A. Bank chains, is considering a potential bankruptcy after the coronavirus lockdown kept America's office workers at home, putting a damper on demand for new suits. If you're working from home, you're wearing PJs, not wearing suits. Stocks surging, stocks climbing to a 15-week high. The dollar falling as easing lockdowns bolster economic optimism. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying right now with the S&P up 27. That is a gain of 0.9%. The Dow up 350, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 83, up by 0.9%. I'm keeping an eye on the year-to-date column on the S&P because right now it is down less than 0.3%. 10-year up 4/30 seconds with a yield of 0.88%. We've got gold up 0.9%, $16.99 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.2%, $38.27 a barrel. Some of the other stocks that we're watching for you today has to do with a potential deal in the drug industry. Two drug makers, AstraZeneca and Gilead, behind the industry's most prominent responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, are looking into the possibility of a combined future as economies emerge from lockdown. Right now, we have got shares of both companies trading mixed. AstraZeneca down 2.5%. Gilead out of Foster City in California, it is up now by about 0.6%. 0.3%. And RBC Capital Markets analyst Mark Mahaney raising his target on Amazon to 3,300 from 2,700. Amazon up by about 1.5% right now at 25.23 on Amazon. 3:33 on Wall Street. That means it is time now for the Small Business Report. Here's John Tucker.
Nick Vujnovic is owner of Little Greek Fresh Grill in Tampa, Florida. His sales cratered as a result of the pandemic. Well, last Friday, he took a much-needed break, only to get a call from his wife and daughter. Peaceful protests over the death of George Floyd were followed by looting. Nick, who joins us now, your business was targeted, right?
My phone is just blown up with videos. The Ring camera started going off at 2:30. Phone calls from the landlord, from the restaurant managers, and from the neighboring tenants. And basically that, unfortunately, our store was looted.
You were preparing to open, or did the state of Florida already let you do some degree of opening when this hit?
Early on, they'd always allowed pickup and delivery. But people weren't allowed in the restaurant, and about a week and a half ago, they allowed us to open the dining room to 25%. And then this week, we're up to 50%. But most customers are still just doing pickup or delivery.
Now, Nick, can you estimate the damage that was caused by the looting and the vandalism?
It's ends up being like $10,000 worth of the broken sign, the windows, the equipment, the point of sale equipment. And, people say, well, you have insurance. I say, well, insurance only covers about half. They have deductibles, some things they won't cover. And so it'll probably be about $10,000. Insurance will probably cover about half of that.
Nick Vujnovic, owner of Little Greek Fresh Grill in Tampa. It's a heartbreaking story. We hope things work out for you. I'm John Tucker. That's the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
And we thank you, John Tucker, again, recapping here. Stocks higher, S&P up 27, up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
Okay, that's totally what I needed for this Monday, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Although it reminds me, I don't know if your daughter is into this. The teens are super into The Office.
Yeah.
You know this, right?
Yeah,
super into it. Like, my son Henry has watched it. I can't, I'm embarrassed to say how many times he's watched it there. But there's a great scene where they lip sync, in one of the episodes where they lip sync to this, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check for that. I'll check out for that. Okay.
That's good.
Because I'm obviously not a teen and I'm not familiar with that. I should have probably watched it on the first run.
You didn't watch The Office?
I watched a little bit. I, actually saw the British version, right?
Yeah.
A bunch before the American version.
Quick flex. Yeah.
Quick flex.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right.
Okay, let's bring in Dave Wilson with his chart of the day. Great song. Who does that?
It's sort of a one-hit wonder, a band called the Human Beings. B-E-I-N-Z.
Oh,
B-E-I-N-Z?
That's really cool. Not.
Absolutely. And the funny thing is, I thought of that song. Our producer, Paul Brennan, thought of that song. Great minds think alike, or something like that.
So how does that work? Do you like throw your chart out there and Paul just goes, hey, Dave, what do you think about this?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes
Getting a peek
I
behind
just
the curtain
throw it
here.
out there and see what happens. In any case,
curious.
it's a collaborative process. Okay. More me, perhaps, but that's another story altogether. But why no? Because, that's what's happened to momentum stocks. Momo, if you will. As the chart headline says, Momo is a no-no. I mean, we've seen U.S. stocks really rebound from the lows of March, no question, when you consider the S&P 500 up more than 40% from its low in March. But what's happened is that there's been a real shift in momentum within the index and the broader market as well. So what the chart highlights is this Morgan Stanley U.S. Momentum Long-Short Index. And so the idea is that, at least in theory, you own the shares that are rising the fastest and you bet against the shares that are falling the fastest. Well, that strategy just kind of blew up last week. I mean, to the point where this index fell 25%, the biggest drop since April 2000. And what happened, it's actually a compilation of two indexes. So if you look at what you would call the long side, the stuff you're owning, down 1%. Not a big deal, right? But the short side, the shares you were betting against, up 31%. It's all about, the lagging stocks catching up in a big way. And so what's happened is this momentum trade has kind of blown up. And that's really what the chart shows you. And if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get it to you with the explanation that goes with it and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
Delicate balance there, huh?
Absolutely.
All right,
and,
Dave Wilson.
It definitely got tipped over.
Yeah,
and in fact, this momentum gauge is falling again today. At least it was when I looked earlier on. So, more of the same as the losers turn into winners, you might say.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Dave Wilson, you'll be back with us just after the close of trading here in the U.S. with your stock of the day, Carol. And we're going to get to the close of trading, yes? What are you laughing about? Oh, boy.
Just your little asides.
I know.
Just like, I'm in that kind of a mood. I mean, maybe I'm just feeling, I'm kind of excited that the world is, New York City kind of getting back to normal.
I'm really interested to see what the next week or two holds for New York City.
Well, 2 weeks, right? We're living in 2-week increments.
Yeah, that's right. Good point.
All right, we're going to count you down to the closing bell. First up, though, back to World of National News headlines and back to Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. There is a long line outside a Houston church for the final public viewing of George Floyd. His death at the hands of police has led to worldwide protests against racial injustice. Today's 6-hour viewing is expected to draw thousands. Many of those standing in line are wearing masks and T-shirts with the slogan, "I can't breathe." Floyd's funeral will be held tomorrow. The officer charged in the death of Floyd appeared in court via teleconference today. Derek Chauvin's bail was set at $1 million to $1.25 million. House Democrats are introducing a bill that would make it likelier to investigate and penalize police officers who use deadly force. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has more from Washington.
The bill would also prohibit chokeholds to subdue suspects. Chairman Hakeem Jeffries of the Democratic caucus.
We embrace those police officers who are in the community to protect and serve. But violent police officers, brutal police officers, abusive police officers must be held accountable.
Karen Bass chairs the House Black Caucus.
There is a movement that has caught fire, that is multiracial, and that has also spread around the world.
The House Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing to promote the bill on Wednesday. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany was asked today if the president is considering police reforms.
He's talking through a number of proposals, no announcements on that, but he definitely, as he's noted, recognizes the horrid injustice done to George Floyd and is taking a look at various proposals.
McEnany did slam efforts to defund police. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists.
Jenny Liss, Jewish communal leader and philanthropist, talks about why she chose the Jewish Communal Fund for her family's charitable giving.
For a lot of people, it would be the convenience factor. I don't have to track anything.
If charitable giving is an important part of your life, JCF can help you organize your philanthropy with our donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a minimum tax-deductible contribution of $5,000. Make grants to your favorite charities, and JCF handles all the administration and reporting.
At the year end, our board awards community grants from fees and endowment income to UJ's annual campaign. We also make gifts to specific organizations, the elderly, Holocaust survivors, the hungry. The fact that we come together as a community at the end of the year to build community, that's what makes us different.
Get better at giving back. To find out more about JCF's impact, visit jcfny.org and download the Giving Report. JCF, we have a gift for giving.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting.
Where will 2020 take you?
Somewhere where people care about each other, about our planet, about creating a better world for everyone, and becoming the best versions of yourselves. Join a community of like-minded individuals at the University of Winchester. Make sure to accept your offer by the UCAS deadline and visit our website to find out more. See the bigger picture. Be the difference. Go to winchester.ac.uk.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Get your cook on with Asda. With Uncle Ben's rice, 250 grams for just £1. And our Butcher's Selection chicken breast fillets, only £3.40 for 650 grams. Why not whack it in the wok? At Asda, we're committed to low prices every day on the quality products you need. Asda. Selected stores and lines subject to availability.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
Shaquille O'Neal. You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk all the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
It's TuneIn Sports on this day. On this day in 1969, MLB legend Mickey Mantle gives his farewell retirement speech during Mickey Mantle Day at Yankee Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Mayor Lindsay has proclaimed today, Sunday, June 8th, 1969, Mickey Mantle Day in New York City.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
Did you know that with TuneIn's local radio feature, you can stream live FM and AM stations broadcasting in your area? Discover local news, talk, and music stations. Navigate to the local radio section under Browse to listen locally on TuneIn.
Ready for a one-of-a-kind look at the NFL? On the PFF NFL podcast, Steve Palazzolo and Sam Munson interpret the unique stats of Pro Football Focus to analyze the league, uncover secret superstars, and discuss which teams to watch out for in the next Super Bowl.
Let's talk some football. Let's do it, Steve. All sorts of stuff. We're going to do most improved defenses around the NFL. Solomon Wilcots, our very own. He went into some detail over at PFF.com. Most improved defenses around the NFL.
Search PFF NFL on TuneIn to listen.
The Mina Kimes Show podcast.
Kevin Clark.
If Josh Allen became the 10th best quarterback in football this year, they'd probably win 14 games. Am I wrong about that?
No. If you as a quarterback can't win in the Bills' situation right now, they should not extend you. So many teams, Jets, do not have the information they need to evaluate their quarterbacks based on the teams they've built around. The Bills do.
Listen and subscribe to the Mina Kimes Show podcast.
Search the Mina Kimes Show to listen.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying, stocks are extending the rally to a 15-week high on reopenings. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index advancing by 29 points, up 0.9%, now at 32.23. The Dow up 389, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 86. That is a gain of about 0.9%. 10-year up 5/32 with a yield of 0.87%. Gold up 0.9%, $16.99 the ounce. And crude West Texas Intermediate down 3.3%, $38.24 a barrel. Again, recapping, S&P up 29, a gain of 0.9%. Year to date, the S&P is now down by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Jason Kelly, and we're just about 12 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday, and we continue to see, as you just heard from Charlie Pellet, that rally continuing. In fact, we're just hovering pretty much off our highs of the session, but nonetheless, stocks continuing to grind higher.
Amazing.
It is time. I know.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, I feel like a disconnect between broader world and the markets, but I also feel like it's indicative of who is in the financial markets, who's investing versus kind of the rest of the world, and some of what ails us, and certainly a large part of our society, Jason.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's get to the drive to the close today with Mike Chalker. He is Portfolio Manager, Senior Analyst at LM Capital Group, looking after about $4 billion. Joining us on the phone from San Diego. All right, so Mike, we're scratching our heads as we continue to at this market that grinds higher. You just heard Charlie Pellet break down the numbers, and Carol referenced them as well. What do you make of this market? What do you see in the market, and how do you account for what we see in, quote-unquote, the real world and the real economy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it really is a bit of a conundrum for some. For others, the answer is fairly simple, and that would be the Federal Reserve. It is really the market maker ever since it announced the action it wanted to take back in March. And our feeling at the firm is that, and the fixed income side at least, and it's been echoing over to the equity side, you're having a lot of market participants try to front run the Fed's participation. And so if you feel like you can get in the securities and the risk that you're comfortable taking, and then maybe later sell those at a higher price when the Fed steps into the market, which it's only just beginning to do so with its primary and secondary credit facilities, then that's a great fit. Then we'll continue to maybe take a step back after that point and really see if the economy can now mimic the V recovery that the markets have had.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. And I do feel like a million questions here. First of all, let me ask you, since it is a Fed week, we have a Fed meeting, do you expect the Fed to continue to be really supportive? Or do you think, based on that Friday's jobs report last Friday, that they're going to maybe start to say, well, we can start to back off? I mean, we've seen them back off in terms of asset purchases, but I do wonder if you think they will say more on that front.
I don't think that they will. It was interesting to see them back off the asset purchases. That was a little bit premature. In our view from them, I thought they would be a little bit more supportive. The jobs number on Friday, of course, was a rocket number. It surprised almost everyone on the street, including us. But it does make a little bit of sense as we're beginning to reopen the economy. All these restaurants, all these small businesses that did have to lay off workers, well, now they're in a rush, right? They're in a rush to bring back as much employees as they need to sufficiently stay open. Now the question is, did they get them all in one fell swoop? Did they just quickly bring everybody back? And this is, maybe 30 or 40% of their employee rate that they had, the retention that they had before we went into COVID. And then the question remains for the rest of the economic recovery, well, how many jobs are going to be permanently lost? Because there will be a significant number. There will be 4, 5, 6, 7 million, who knows, number of jobs that will not return.
So how do you put money to work at a time like this? And are there certain sectors that feel a little bit better as you synthesize all of that? And presumably, Mike, as you look at a reopening economy, we're obviously laser focused on it here on the East Coast, and especially being in and around New York City, and sort of what that looks like and how much that will influence not just investor sentiment, but ultimately earnings and economic behavior.
Right. So we've done a couple things. Obviously, there's been an incredible rotation, an incredible spread compression on the credit side. And if for a minute we can just step back and talk about where rates are right now, right? So the belly and the early part of the curve, or the front part of the curve, 2 and 3 year paper, being at low to mid 20 basis points doesn't really entice anybody on the Treasury side. You're not going to have anybody continue to think, oh, let's go ahead and buy Treasuries because we can pick up 26 basis points. The risk there, the risk reward isn't worth it. So a lot of what we've been doing is taking some of that allocation, moving it to a credit name that we like, and particularly as you've seen in the last week or last 2 weeks, the incredible steepening that's gone on in the Treasury curve, I think that's exactly the momentum and the move that the Fed wants to see. Whether they'll say it or admit it or not, I believe there is some type of yield curve control that is happening, probably inadvertently, but it's working out to their favor. They want rates low, but they want a steeper curve. And so for us, a great place to be is in the finance and banking sector, which we've been overweight for a good part of a year, if not more. And we're continuing to add to those names. Some people that have been chasing the beaten down names like energies and cruises and airlines, we think that will end up rotating out and just further the trade moving into finance and banks as well.
Hey, Mike, before we go, I am curious, though, when you look at some of the current events that are going on in our world, whether it's the virus, whether it's the last couple of weeks, Minneapolis, and, once again, we're talking about the gaps in our society and the people who are being left behind once again. And I do wonder how you look at it with an investment eye. And I do wonder if you think about maybe some of the changes that need to come about. And how investors specifically can really vote with where they put their investment dollars.
Well, it's really tough. I mean, that's a really tough question. It's a really tough topic. I was watching a segment today about how ESG has really become part of the forefront in a lot of investors' mind, and particularly what's happened in the past couple of days. I'd really like to see that sort of expand, right, into not just environmental, social, and governance, but, particularly into the social aspect. You get a lot of people that are really concerned about their environmental exposure and, not being in the coal producers and such. But, I think what's gone on in the past week or so really brings to the forefront more of the social and the social injustices. And as a money manager, it's really tough to see what we think of, the top tier percent of the people that make up our economy continue to succeed as asset prices rise, knowing that there is a large group of people that aren't able to participate in this because of their socioeconomic factors, and they're kind of left behind. So I think really that furthers the divide in our country. And like I said, as a manager, it is sort of a tough thing to watch. But of course, our duty is to make our clients money. But I really do feel that there is some more that needs to be done on the ESG side and frankly on the policy side. But that's a topic that we don't handle. We only kind of try to keep watch.
All right. Well, good to catch up with you. Thanks for the insights. Mike Chalker is portfolio manager and senior analyst for LM Capital Group on the phone from San Diego, Carol. And it does feel like we are at a moment where everyone's going to have to, have an answer in terms of where they allocate money and who they're going to invest with. It feels like, and I go back to a conversation we had last week, institutions ultimately will drive this, right? Big institutions are essentially going to say, look, you're either investing in the spirit, not just technically, but in the spirit, not just the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, that I want you to invest in. You are representing my money. And I think individual investors will do that too.
Yeah, and I think on the consumer side, more consumers who really just invest or buy, from companies that they think are doing the right thing and are doing the right thing will also make a difference. This is Bloomberg.
With a new day comes new COVID.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
It's Tune In Sports on this day. On this day in 1969, MLB legend Mickey Mantle gives his farewell retirement speech during Mickey Mantle Day at Yankee Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Mayor Lindsay has proclaimed today, Sunday, June 8, 1969, Mickey Mantle Day in New York City.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
With millions of podcasts dropping new episodes all the time, how do you keep up with all your favorites? TuneIn makes it easy. Simply head to the home screen and find your new episode section to see the latest additions.
be honest, we all spend too much of our day on social media. But at least you can spend your endless scroll time to discover new things on TuneIn. Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to always be in the know about the best new stuff streaming in the app. From breaking news stories and live sporting events.
Yeah, but it's unique times. I think there's unique circumstances, and we're trying
to standout stations and podcasts. Stay in touch with TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
O'Neal. You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk all the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Big news right at the close. S&P 500 index is now positive for all of 2020. We have wiped out the losses. S&P surging 38 points at the close, now at 32.32, up today by 1.2%. And in the year-to-date column, the S&P is now showing a gain of 0.05%. Year-to-date, we've got NASDAQ up 10.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average does remain lower, down 3.4%. But again, big news, red headline on the Bloomberg there, S&P 500 index now positive for all of 2020. So the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallied today on optimism about economies reopening, specifically New York, but across the country. And Mike Chalker, portfolio manager at LM Capital Group, moments ago, he told us if you want to look at the root cause of the rally, all about the Federal Reserve.
But it is really the market maker ever since it announced the action it wanted to take back in March. And our feeling at the firm is that, and the fixed income side at least, and it's been echoing over to the equity side, you're having a lot of market participants try to front run the Fed's participation.
The Federal Reserve, meanwhile, is expanding its Main Street lending program, which it says will be open for eligible lenders soon, allowing more companies to participate and lessening the burden on banks that create the loans. Big day for a lot of the travel names. Hilton, for example, up 2.9%. Marriott up 4.8%. Among some of the cruise stocks, Carnival Corp up 15.8%. Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings up 19.7%. Royal Caribbean up 8.2%. 10-year yield 0.87%. Again, worth recapping, S&P up 38, a gain there of 1.2%, bringing its year-to-date gain now to 0.05%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Wild thing, think you move me. I got a few moves I know you'll like. Shake it through, shake it through, yeah. Oh, come on, shake him, must just move on. Your destination.
I can make things move without touching them.
Shaking all over.
Bloomberg Business Week, Movers and Shakers, with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, not to pat us on the back, but we kicked off our show saying optimism is out there in the markets. And we talked about New York City opening, but man, you just look at these markets and they just seem to be looking way forward.
Yeah.
Jason, certainly beyond, all of the impact of the virus. It's interesting to just see what Charlie just mentioned, the S&P 500 rallying to erase all of this year's losses. And we did see an uptick in those last few minutes of trading, but we had a rally pretty much throughout the day. But anyway, it's remarkable. It's remarkable.
There's no two ways about it. I mean, it totally is. And when you think about this notion that, and we said it last week, we're a couple good days from wiping out all the losses for 2020. And here we are. And you think about what has happened in the world. You think about the fact that, just to reiterate, we are at home for the 13th straight week. We have not been in our office, nor have many people been in their offices since March 13th. It was still winter.
All I'm going to say is all those liquor bottles we have on our desk, they better be there when we get back.
They better be there.
We're going to have a party with our team.
Ariel Agami and Donnie Holloway have been watching after them for us. But you know what? I would not fault them for maybe digging it. They've been doing some doing some amazing work. Exactly. Just every once in a while, it's like we should have put like the little marker on there and be like, and then like taste it, be like, this has been watered down. This has been watered down, guys.
John Tapper, Bar Rescue. They have that app that measures the alcohol.
That's exactly right.
Hey, listen, I do want to mention, Charlie, of course, breaking down the big numbers here, and I mentioned your top-performing groups, and forgive me because I think I was looking at the year-to-date totals. Year-to-date, your top performers are information tech and consumer discretionary. In fact, infotech, which is that group of big tech names that just seem to always lead, up more than 11% so far this year. But if I look at what we're seeing in terms of today's trades specifically, and Dave talked about it earlier, everything's up among those 11 major industry groups in the S&P. Top performer, energy at more than 4%, utilities up 2.6%, real estate up 2%, which, as Dave mentioned, in a higher, or what looks to be a higher rate environment, that's a little interesting.
Yeah.
Peculiar.
Your number one gainer, just because we like to talk about it,
Cody?
It's Cody.
What the heck is up with that?
I tell you, so just pull this up. I mean, obviously we're on the radio, so people can't necessarily do this, but if you have a Bloomberg terminal, just pull up Cody U.S. Equity GP and just look at the 3-month chart for this thing. I mean, it is like the wonkiest chart you can imagine, just like these like spikes and then dips and troughs and peaks, and it's just a very bizarre thing. There was no discernible news today that I could see, but it is your number one gainer. Another big gainer that I noticed that I'm not sure whether you did or not, it's a name that we talked about constantly last year, Beyond Meat. Big news as it relates to China, I believe, drove that stock higher, and it was up 22% today, and really trading off of this headline. Distribution Chinese deal with Synodis is the company's name. So a big partnership there, and obviously the Chinese market is massive.
The Chinese market,
It's
a billion plus consumers, right?
Yeah.
This is what, companies have been salivating over, no pun intended, for decades.
I feel like you just wanted to say no duh. Like, no duh, you got a big Chinese deal, of course your stock is going to go up. Oh my gosh, a snort.
Sorry, that was a snort on air. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome, everybody. But that's huge. And I don't know what Beyond Meat is doing for the year. Let me just take a look because, oh my God, it's up almost 115%.
Yeah, it's more than doubled this year.
Yeah. Oh, did you say that? No, okay.
Sorry.
Let's also mention Norwegian Cruise, because that too, we heard our team talking about that. Certainly some of the cruise lines higher. That stock alone up 20% in today's session.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's take a quick look.
Still down 54% this year, though. Just going to say.
There you go. Volatility actually up a touch today, about 5%. Still trading under 30, though. It closed at 25.74. This is Bloomberg. All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for the price on Wilson. Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, Dave Wilson, back with us with your stock of the day. Michaels.
Indeed. The retailer whose aim is to make creativity happen. At least that's their slogan. The company sells arts and crafts supplies and related items at 1,273 stores in the U.S. and Canada. Michaels was founded in 1973 by a Dallas businessman named Michael Dupuy, and first went public in 1984. The company was bought by Bain Capital and Blackstone Group in 2006 and taken public again in 2014. This time around, the ticker is MIK. Michaels fell below its initial price of $17 a share in late 2018 and kept dropping as results proved disappointing. And this past March, the shares traded for as little as $1 each. Michaels has rallied in the past 2 weeks, and the rebound accelerated today after J.P. Morgan put the stock on a list of top picks. The firm raised its rating to the equivalent of buy from neutral and almost doubled its 12-month price estimate to $13. That's the highest of 7 analysts in the Bloomberg survey. J.P. Morgan says saw a path to renewed sales growth at Michaels in the next 4 quarters. And to put that in perspective, sales fell 28% in the fiscal first quarter at stores open more than a year. Now, J.P. Morgan's optimism about Michaels sent the stock soaring almost 59%.
Wow.
Biggest gain since its return as a public company.
Is it, like you and Jason are going to be home making scrapbooks this summer or what?
Well, I was going to say it's my go-to place for all my scrapbooking needs. I do not scrapbook. I'm a little upset that you made that joke before I could.
Sorry. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. We love people who make scrapbooks.
Yeah.
Dave Wilson, are you there? Did we lose you?
I have nothing to say. I'm not a scrapbook guy either.
Yeah.
Picture frames, maybe.
Yeah.
That's about as good as it gets for me.
I'm pretty sentimental about stuff, I will say.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
And it's a nice private equity story, too, Michael's is. That's why I'm more interested in it, to be honest.
God, really?
Little private equity scrapbook. There you go. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow. All right, let's head out to the West Coast. Ed Baxter is there for World and National Headlines. Hey, Ed.
Hi, Jason. Hi, Carol. Now, this is day one of New York's phased reopening.
We are continuing our decline. The rest of the country is still spiking. How remarkable is that?
Governor Andrew Cuomo announcing only 1.2% of New York staters tested yesterday were positive. He says the lowest rate since the pandemic began. Now, the rate in the city, by the way, a bit higher at 2%, but still an all-time low. Mayor Bill de Blasio hopeful on the opening day.
Stick to it. Come back to work, but remember to stick to those smart rules that got us this far.
President Donald Trump, after a brutal political week that saw him sink to new polling lows against Joe Biden, has seized on the defund the police movement. Spokeswoman Kayleigh McEnany.
The president is appalled by the defund the police movement. The fact that you have sitting congresswomen wanting to defund the police, notably Rashida Tlaib, notably Biden advisor AOC Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Now, the fact of the matter is, though, that Joe Biden does not. He has issued a statement saying that he would not support defunding police. He says there is an urgent need for reform and that he advocates for body-worn cameras and further diversification in police forces. And the White House is signaling out New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, who has responded.
We have a big, strong, effective police force. We're going to be able to take money out of that police force, put it into youth programs, and still, of course, keep New Yorkers safe.
So he says he is not talking about destroying the police force either. Prince Andrew offering to help the U.S. Justice Department 3 times, according to his attorneys. The statement coming today in response.
With perspective comes clarity.
Each week, the story seems to change.
The best experts bring you the most clarity.
Give us a sense of what's going on in the IPO market these days.
Vonnie Quinn.
Will there be an interest from LPs in newer managers here?
Paul Sweeney.
How are companies marketing their deals here in the time of COVID and social distancing?
Bloomberg Markets, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba, please be done. Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Market upheavals.
The narrative is driven by uncertainty about the virus.
Political reversals.
It's not clear that some of the Republicans up on the Hill are agreed with the Republican White House.
Economic shifts.
The macro clearly being driven by the coronavirus outbreak.
Everything seems to be in motion.
Will it also mean a global recession in your view now?
But here, you're on solid ground.
Looking forward to guiding you through all of this.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You know that feeling when you get more than you expected? Like discovering that the box of chocolates has a whole other layer underneath, or scoring extra poppadoms with your takeaway, or joining Tesco Mobile and finding out you get the latest phones and 99% UK network coverage. Yeah, that moment feels good, right? Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
99% 4G population coverage indoors and outdoors across UK.
If you can build that flat-pack wardrobe without looking at the instructions, you've still got it. If you can manage 5 keepy uppies on your first go, you've without question still got it. If you can toss a pancake to the ceiling and not let it hit the floor, surely you've still got it. And if you can just about fit into those jeans you bought 5 years ago, you've definitely still got it. Brute, still got it.
Where will 2020 take you? Somewhere where people care about each other, about our planet, about creating a better world for everyone, and becoming the best versions of yourselves. Join a community of like-minded individuals at the University of Winchester. Make sure to accept your offer by the UCAS deadline and visit our website to find out more. See the bigger picture. Be the difference. Go to winchester.ac.uk.
Hi, I'm Dan from NatWest Manchester branch. We know life's hard right now, but if coronavirus has affected your finances, we're doing our best to make things easier. If you're a personal customer, you can request a 3-month payment break if you're struggling with your mortgage, loan or credit card. Or if you need help with an existing arranged overdraft, you could get £500 interest-free for 3 months. Remember, every one of us is here to support you. There are lots of ways we could help. Search NatWest Coronavirus.
Eligibility and conditions apply to payment breaks. Overdraft up to your agreed limit if lower than £500.
This is a message from the government about the next stage of controlling coronavirus with NHS Test and Trace. To protect your friends and family, testing and tracing must become a new way of life. If you have symptoms, you need to get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we will contact you to trace people who you might have infected. From now on, if you're told you've been exposed to an infected person, you must self-isolate for 14 days. Play your part and do the right thing so we can safely return to a more normal life. Go to nhs.uk or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
It's Tune In Sports on this day. On this day in 1969, MLB legend Mickey Mantle gives his farewell retirement speech during Mickey Mantle Day at Yankee Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Mayor Lindsay has proclaimed today, Sunday, June 8, 1969, Mickey Mantle Day in New York City.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn. Want to relive the glory of college football?
Pulls over a man into the end zone.
Come explore TuneIn's classic game replay collection to hear ESPN's complete coverage of the 2019 New Year's 6 bowl games. Don't miss your chance to re-experience the Rose Bowl, the 2020 National Championship featuring Clemson and LSU.
There are going to be 2 champions on the field tomorrow night. There's going to be 1 team hold up the trophy.
Plays to the 5! Touchdown! Search classic game replays to listen for free.
Let's be honest, we all spend too much of our day on social media. But at least you can spend your endless scroll time to discover new things on TuneIn. Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to always be in the know about the best new stuff streaming in the app. From breaking news stories and live sporting events.
He does! Fabry wins it!
To standout stations and podcasts. Stay in touch with TuneIn.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The rally continues with the S&P erasing its losses for 2020 as easing lockdowns bolster economic optimism. NASDAQ at a record. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging again today. The equity benchmark extending a rally from this year's lows to more than 40%, rising to a 15-week high. What a finish. The S&P up 38 points, up 1.2%, moving from negative to positive for the year right at the close so far for the year. We've got the S&P up by 0.05%. I mentioned a record for NASDAQ up 110, up 1.1% today. Its year-to-date gain now at 10.6%. The Dow up 461, up by 1.7%. 10-year up 730 seconds with a yield of 0.87%. Gold up 0.8%, $16.99 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.7%, $38.09 a barrel. Again, recapping, stock surge. S&P wipes out its loss for the year, up 38, a gain there of 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser with you. All right, let's go practically on the other side of the world. It is the other side of the world.
What time is it?
Well, I think it's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
It's fair to say. For Nabila Ahmed, but she is gamely here with us, working like an American in Australia, tracking the global M&A market. And listen, the deal heard round the world, or the scuttle of a deal heard round the world, came this weekend, courtesy of Bloomberg, talking about AstraZeneca and Gilead, at least talking or exploring maybe the possibility of maybe getting together.
Maybe.
Maybe. A lot of maybes. But really, more than anything, an indication that maybe deals could get done. So Nabila Ahmed is here to make sense of it all. Hi, Nabila.
Hi, Jason. Hi, Carol. How are you?
I'm okay. We're okay. Good morning. Thank you for, I know it's early there. How are you?
Good morning. No, I live like a vampire these days, so I know it's, 4:15 in the afternoon. I'm about to, I think it's almost 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. So, first of all, we miss you and the ussies that you used to take with us in the studio. That seems like a long time ago. But tell us what as you are vampirically covering the M&A market there. Bankers seem pretty eager to do deals.
Look, they've been eager for months. They've just had to sit on the sidelines and help their clients do restructuring deals and just get over this period with the pandemic, with the lockdowns and just the economic effects that these companies have been going through. But now that we're coming out the other end of that and things are starting to reopen a little bit, they're back to having those conversations. So a lot of conversations in mid-March got put on hold, and now they're starting to fire back up again. And this story that we had over the weekend about AstraZeneca making a preliminary approach to Gilead is just another sign of that, and it's making people very excited that we will see a strong rebound in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, and I agree with you, and I kind of think about this, and I also think about the IPO activity that we started to see. Investors won't do deals, won't take companies public unless they feel confident about the outlook. Right? I mean, this is how we should read it.
Absolutely. And look, there's no such thing as outlook anymore, really. It's very difficult for companies to predict where this is going. So when it comes to M&A, it definitely has to be about mergers that make logical sense. It's not certainly about reaching here. And it's about shoring up your business, diversifying your business, strengthening what you already have, which is, this deal would be that. And bankers are talking a lot about the fact that we're probably going to see a lot of stock-for-stock deals, because it's very hard to, value companies at the moment. And as the market keeps going up and up, stock deals at least give you some kind of a safety net.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because, normally at this time, I remember when this all started, there was this notion that it's like, oh, private equity, they've got all this money, they're going to be feasting on this because valuations are going to go down. This was what people were talking about in mid to late March, and now we're talking to you on a day where the S&P collectively is like, nope, we're good. Everything's fine. And so valuations are, as you say, pretty inflated versus at least what we're thinking about economically and even what we hear from a lot of companies who can't even give us a forecast for the balance of the year. So that stock for stock is an interesting notion. But it sounds like deals will get done.
Hopefully. I think that we're still very early. And, we saw another deal today get terminated, and there are about 10 deals that are going to court. People are fighting over whether they can pull out of the deals. We've seen, I think, more than 10 deals have been scrapped in the US alone over the past couple of months, worth more than $15 billion. So there are still a lot of headwinds, but you do hear bankers always talk about the fact that M&A begets M&A.
Yeah.
So if you see one deal happen, that gives courage to other CEOs waiting on the sidelines to jump back in. And, there's also the FOMO factor. You don't want to miss out if everybody else in your sector is doing a deal.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's funny. We've been talking a lot about the Tiffany LVMH deal, right? Yeah. Watching that one, and it felt like it was, in question, but it feels like they're going to go forward at the prices that they've talked about. But it is interesting to see kind of everybody come back to the table. So who wins in this? Is it the investment bankers?
The bankers always win.
Right? Because all right, let's talk about this again, this deal.
Yeah, it's very exciting for them. And, one of the, it is very exciting. So, one of the things that bankers have been saying to us is that the last crisis that we had, 2008, was defined by how long it also went for. And, the financial sector was obviously very hard hit. So it was, the overall impact was really reduced to one sector broadly, but because that sector is so important to doing deals and being able to finance deals, that had an effect over a couple of years. Whereas people are now looking at this and saying, maybe we're at the other end of it, and it's been a couple of months, and they've been really bad months.
Right.
April and May volumes barely hit 100 billion. It was the worst 2-month period in 22 years. But there are definitely growing hopes that we are getting to the other end of it.
And money's really cheap too if you want to do a debt deal, or take on a loan rather. So, there are lots of things to consider. Well, thanks for starting our day with you. Or should I say thanks for starting your day with us?
I think that's how, I don't know. It's all upside down. Nabila Ahmed, thank you so much. M&A reporter for Bloomberg, joining us on the phone from Down Under. And as our producer reminds us, we should have said, how you going, not how you doing.
Oh, how you go. I did not know that.
Yeah, how you going? How you going, mate?
It's nice to hear your voice. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Biz Week. Coming up, we talk about New York City reopening. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The week is off to a strong start on Wall Street as the reopening of the U.S. economy fueled buyers' enthusiasm. The Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 461, the S&P climbed 38, the Nasdaq jumped 110 to an all-time high. The Fed is extending a helping hand to more small businesses. It's lowering the minimum loan available to $250,000 and extending the term to 5 years. Lenders will be able to register for the program soon. Tailored Brands may be headed for bankruptcy. Sources say the owner of Men's Warehouse and Joseph A. Bank is considering a filing, though nothing's final. With America's office workers at home, there's little demand for new suits. The New York Mets aren't playing right now, but the team may be in play. Sources say Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment is exploring a bid. Harris Blitzer already owns the Philadelphia 76ers, the New Jersey Devils, and the Prudential Center Arena. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers. At Bloomberg.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones, and you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life.
You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
Introducing a new podcast, ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Mina Kimes. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. The best sports story all day, 20 minutes a day, 5 days a week. ESPN Daily.
Search ESPN Daily to listen.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Okay, here we go.
With the NFL Draft in the books and the schedule set, check out a TuneIn podcast for daily updates on the lead up to the 2020 season, like the Ringer NFL Show, where a rotating cast of Ringer experts talk with players, coaches, and special guests about the NFL landscape.
A lot of the other teams that we consider...
Or ESPN's NFL Live.
If there are some delays because of the COVID-19...
Search sports on TuneIn to explore these pods and much more.
With the NHL season temporarily on ice, now is a good time to catch up on past games.
Bergeron, he scores!
With game replay on TuneIn, you can listen to every power play, slap shot, and goal of the 2019-2020 season so far.
Suter to Cunnin to Fiala, he scores!
And for a limited time, it's free for hockey fans everywhere. Search classic game replays to start listening.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
With millions of podcasts dropping new episodes all the time, how do you keep up with all your favorites? TuneIn makes it easy. Simply head to the home screen and find your new episodes section to see the latest additions.
Want to relive the glory of college football?
Balls over a man, into the end zone.
Come explore TuneIn's classic game replay collection to hear ESPN's complete coverage of the 2019 New Year's 6 bowl games. Don't miss your chance to re-experience the Rose Bowl, the 2020 National Championship, featuring Clemson and LSU.
There's going to be 2 champions on the field tomorrow night, and there's going to be 1 team hold up the trophy.
To the 5, touchdown!
Search classic game replays to listen for free.
Casting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
He's doing the Business Week Shuffle as people start to shuffle back to work in New York City.
I like what you did there. Yeah, no, excited to spend the next couple blocks talking about New York City reopening. I think it gives us a little bit of excitement about maybe our world getting back to a little bit closer to normal. Viviana Hurtado is going to be along, and then Max Abelson. So a power punch in the back half. Yeah, absolutely. All right. First off, though, let's get to Charlie Pellet. He's got the headlines after that amazing trading day. Hey, Charlie.
What a day indeed. I mean, right at the close there, the excitement of watching the Bloomberg screen, seeing the S&P 500 index turn positive for the year. The torrid rally in U.S. stocks pushed the S&P 500 index into the green for the year as easing lockdowns bolstered economic optimism. The dollar fell. Equity benchmark extending a rally from its 2020 low to almost 45%. That is a 15-week high. S&P 500 index now at 3232, up 38 points today, up by 1.2%. In the year-to-date column, green on the screen, up 0.05%. NASDAQ at a record, up 110 points, up 1.1%, up 10.6%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 461 points, up by 1.7%. Now, what about the market backdrop, specifically with the economy? Lori Calvasina is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets.
the big question with the economic data we saw last week, yes, things are starting to come in better than expected. Yes, things are starting to get marginally better, but levels are still very bad. And I think what this market has told us it needs to see is for that rate of change to continue to improve. And that's a big open question for the summer.
BP plans to cut 10,000 jobs as the coronavirus pandemic accelerates the company's move to reorganize as part of its energy transition. BP shares today up by 2.4% among some of the other big oil majors. ExxonMobil up by 3.1%. And some of the other oil stocks include EOG Resources up 4.7% and Pioneer Natural Resources up today by 5.3%. Again, S&P positive on the year, up 38 points, up 1.2%, 10-year yield 0.87%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Well, the long way back, we've been talking about it all day today. No city more important to America's economy than New York City. It's been the epicenter for corona cases in the U.S. Today, it began reopening after the shutdown. Phase 1 includes the construction industry. For more on how that is going and how the industry is adapting in a COVID-19 era, Bloomberg News reporter Viviana Hurtado joins us on the phone in New York City. Viviana, great to have you here with Jason and myself. So phase 1 includes construction. How do they go about it, and what are the expectations, and what are you hearing?
Yeah. Hey, guys. It's great to be on. So basically what's going to be really interesting is if you've ever been onto a construction site, you know that there is personal protective equipment, PPE, that has to be worn on the site. We're talking about hard hats, steel reinforced toe boots. But now what my sources are telling me is that it is going to be combined with a lot of the PPE that we have now become common. Things like, for example, face masks, face shields, as well as more hand washing stations. But one thing that's really interesting, I was able to speak with Suffolk Construction Company's Alex Hall. He's the Senior Vice President of Business Systems, and he was saying that up to now, from what he can tell, it's going to be a really layered approach that they're studying, and social distancing is going to really be the bedrock, the foundation, and that's really hard on a construction site.
Well, and I would imagine, Viviana, that it all plays into essentially the business of it and the economics of getting something built and the cost of labor and the cost of everything. What's the sense you're getting from talking to folks as to how that will play out? Will things not get done, or will they take longer? What are the implications here?
Bingo. You really hit the nail on the head, Jason, and that has to do with the fact that, look, the shutdown, not just construction, but it is in many ways a ripple effect, right? There are projects that are going to be delayed. In fact, there was just a survey from the New York Building Congress that surveyed 46%, so almost half of the people surveyed said that the recovery for the construction industry was going to take at least 3 months. So that's a long time. That means that projects are going to be delayed. The big question is going to be, what are some of the solutions going forward? We know that, for example, sites are being secured so that they can be as COVID-19 proofed as possible. Another thing that's being explored as well is getting permits from the city to allow 24-hour construction zones so that they could stagger shifts, have less people on a shift. But that all of a sudden comes up against something else, which is New York City noise ordinances.
That's right. I mean, if you could have shifts going like around the clock, but you cannot have shifts going on, around the clock. What's fascinating too, Viviana, is you shared with us some photos, and there's one with a hat, a construction hat. Is that actually a temperature monitor, or what is that? There's like a little device on the side.
Cool.
Yeah.
This is really cool. This is just some of the, I guess you could say, methods that are being explored throughout the country. And that comes specifically from Suffolk Construction, again, speaking with EVP Alex Hall. And what's really cool about speaking with, for example, like a Suffolk Construction or a Turner Construction, these are national, these are global companies. Mm-hmm. And so they've had to deal with shutdowns region by region. Some areas didn't shut down. In particular, when it comes to high-tech solutions, there is a FLIR camera technology, so basically thermal technology of an area that could gauge if there is a temperature according to the algorithms that is going beyond, say, 104 degrees. Another thing that's going to also be really important is wearables. There's a company called Triax out there that is going to be able to monitor what it is a person's body temperature is like, and all of that, of course, is going to be fed into a common database that is going to be monitored. So that's some of the high-tech solutions, but it was also really interesting. My sources said it's going to be layered upon layered. Some high-tech solutions with some low-tech solutions like hand washing as well as social distancing.
Right, so simple. But I got to say, when you see some of those images of, watching your body temperature, and so it just feels like sci-fi.
Yeah.
Like a whole different world.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
All right.
totally.
Well, really great reporting. We really appreciate it. Viviana Hurtado, reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone from New York City, where it's all happening, and it was funny, Carol, when you were bringing in the segment and saying, the most important city when it comes to reopening, say a couple people who work in New York City. But I mean, it's true.
No, but it's a very important economy.
Yeah,
I think it's the third largest in the U.S. I think Texas and California are bigger. But in terms of what happens here and how it impacts the U.S. and how it impacts the world, and
if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
Like the view of the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the New Yorker's view of the world. Yeah. It checks out. In any case, really interested in that. We're going to continue this conversation actually with Max Abelson coming up in just a few minutes. He's part of a team that is really taking this apart in many ways and bringing us some nice anecdotes, just like the one that Viviana Hurtado just brought us. In the meantime, let's get back to the other coast. Ed Baxter is there with World and National Headlines. Hey, Ed.
Yeah, Jason, the left coast. World Health Organization reporting that global COVID-19 cases have surpassed 7 million now. This is a little more than a week after reaching 6 million. So still on fire in India, Brazil, the hotspots. It shows lockdowns have prevented 500 million infections in 6 countries, including the U.S. and China. Now, this report comes as New York is reporting.
The lowest number we have seen. Thank you. The lowest number we have seen.
Yeah, Mayor Bill de Blasio and New York has begun its phased reopening. By the way, the WHO has muddied the waters by saying that now transmission by people who are asymptomatic is very rare. There's been a train of thought that herd immunity could be reached because the number of cases could be very high. After a pretty brutal week politically for Donald Trump, he is seizing today on the so-called defund the police movement.
That means reducing police departments. That means defunding police departments, if not getting rid of them entirely. No, he does not agree with that, and the rest of America does not agree with that.
Spokeswoman Kayleigh McEnany saying the movement is backed by New York Mayor de Blasio. He says not true. He wants a big, strong police force, but
if we help keep young people away from negative influences, away from gangs, away from crime, it's best for the community and the police.
And she says supported by Joe Biden. Fact, he has issued a statement saying that he would not support defunding police. He says there is an urgent need for reform, and he advocates for body-worn cameras and further diversification in police forces. And should be noted, too, that globally this is the 1-year anniversary of the Hong Kong protest against the proposed extradition bill. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter.
President of the Jewish Communal Fund, Zoya Raines, and her husband Robert Friedman, Jewish activists and philanthropists, talk about why they chose the Jewish Communal Fund for their charitable giving.
As very busy working parents, we wanted to focus more on the charity part of it and wanted to focus more on our children and less on the administration.
The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the oldest and largest donor-advised funds, but at the same time, they're totally up to date and have state-of-the-art systems for us to access and manage our contributions online. The assets in our fund at the JCF grow tax-free, so we can generate more charitable dollars to support the charities that we care about most.
Let JCF minimize your taxes and maximize your charitable giving.
We're incredibly passionate about our charity, and the JCF allows us to focus more on the charity and less on the administration and the headaches.
For more information about Jewish Communal Fund, visit our website at jcfny.org and request a new fund kit.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish.